go. And then I'm now, right after I hit live, I'm going to go to Discord and just see if these guys will all join the right channel.
Cross is ready.
I gotta add brother to, let's see, I probably just need to add him as a friend. Oh, you did add him to Beehive. Let's see if I can just add him to the channel real quick. Nope, he's in here.
Yes, I handled it, don't worry.
I was just making sure.
Are we sure we want the exclamation point on there?
I don't care.
I think it's best if we not have the exclamation point.
Okay. I love our energy, man. That's the best part. Oh, man. My kid, like, knocked one of my mice off the table. Just, kids break everything, right? And it moves so slow now.
Like the hinge.
Just when I moved the cursor around, I thought she had changed, like maybe it hit a button and it changed the DPI on it, and I think it's just something's wonky on it, but it's all good. So I'm in BOTB3 and I don't see you.
No, you're an exclamation point BOTB3.
No, I'm just in channel B0. No, not B0, BOTB3. I'll do it again.
I'm in the channel with, and I see Azzy and Cross.
Well, I just redid it, and for some reason, I don't know what I did differently, but it's fine. All right, so we got one.
Yep.
We need Momo.
I messaged Momo.
Okay. Well, welcome everybody. We have just officially begun, I guess, a minute ago. I was starting to write notes down on players that are playing today, but we're just going to have to go off of memory. And what up, Protoss player?
EP22, what's up?
Hey, Diggity SC, I like it. Yeah, boy. Oh, and I'm also thinking about, tell me what you think, with if as long as like Aussie keeps winning, we don't have to change anything. I'll just put like little red L's next to whoever like is up and wins or loses, or I guess in this case loses. But then that's one thing we didn't get to talk about before the game started. Anyway, so instead of crossing off the names, I would have to come up with some type of graphic, right, to show how the bracket's going. Just thought I'd point that out too. That is something that we're working on, or at least that I'm working on. It'll just be as we go. Every time we kind of fix things just a little bit more. I would love to start. So Cross is asking us to go. I'm at least grateful that Ozzy's here. I'll see if I can get a hold of Momo as well. We said 5 minutes before your game start. What the hell? I mean, if we need to, what I'll do is we'll just move him to the bottom, and if his teammate shows up, we'll just put his teammate in instead. And Dizzy, we also didn't talk about this either. So when we first talked about advertising for players that joined the Battle of the Beehive, we wanted to know if they had a Twitch or YouTube. How were you picturing that we were going to show it off?
Eventually, we can sort of evolve into adding their tags, in like during the game, if the players do decide to stream during the game, so that way, viewers can also hop in and check it out for themselves. But I think with the current overlay and what we have right now, we can't really accommodate that. But I think for the future, it's something that we can work with.
Okay. That's a good point. I was thinking if I should just hurry and throw up another text box of their stream or whatnot.
No, I think it's already cluttered as it is, so adding on top of that would be not too ideal.
Very good.
Oh snap, Diggity. I've been watching you since the SE2GG days. It's awesome to see Diggity here.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm looking at, it's either Fartosis or Fartosis Artosis, and either one is so funny to me.
Yeah. Alright, so I think we officially started the timer around 5:02, or about 3 minutes ago, so we're gonna give Momo about 2 more minutes. There's a response, otherwise...
Momo just
we'll have to move on to
responded.
the next
He
player.
just responded.
Okay. Alright.
Sorry, we're just getting the game going. So we can talk, and what up, Womp Socks? We can talk about... I can't join your game, by the way. Oh, you backed out of it, right? Yeah, you're still here. Okay.
Alright.
Okay, that's fine. Travis, what up, what up? So since I don't know much about Momo, I just pulled up his account, not everything, but he's 26 and 28, so that gives me a lot to work with. All right, go.
We finally started!
I'm so ready. Okay, so at 6 o'clock we have our red Protoss, our reigning king. It is Ozzy, or Ozzy to hockey.
Boing, boing, boing!
Then in the top left we have our white Protoss, the challenger. It's Momo GK. Wow, wow, wow,
Wing, wing,
wow.
wing.
Since we're both doing admin, we didn't really give ourselves a lot of time to talk about each player, and I started to towards the kind of the end of that lobby as we were starting the game about Momo that I don't know much about him, so I just checked his stats, and that doesn't really tell me anything either. So I do know way more about Ozzy, and he is the obviously the master upsetter. He put the stop to Reigns and Reigns even before they could start, and his Protoss is really good, but his strategies are also really good. Kind of it looks sometimes like a little unassuming, like everything's normal, and then all of a sudden he just kind of hits you with this 1-2 punch, and then he has the lead and he never lets it go. So, I mean, I guess since he's more of the unknown, do you know anything about Momo?
Well, I personally don't know anything about Momo. I know that GK is a very good clan, and I can't imagine that he'd be in the clan if, he wasn't good enough. Plus, I think, despite the 26 and 28 records are, I mean, this is probably disputed by others, but records are never indicative of actual skill.
I
So
agree.
I think we should sort of hold our judgments for Momo until we actually see, when micro and macro starts to pan out. But we're seeing a Nexus first build coming out of Momo. So if he can hold off, the aggressive build that we're seeing as he go with a 3 gate, then we're
Mm-hmm.
gonna see him have a very strong mid game.
I agree. That was the first thing that I noticed is that they already diverged. So not only did Ozzy go for that 3 gate, he also started scouting way earlier. And it makes sense that Momo wouldn't be too concerned about his scout just because, like, obviously he's going Nexus first. So I think you're more just motivated on just getting as many minerals and stuff that you can.
Oh
Um,
no.
I,
Did Azzy not see?
I would have. That's a good question, actually. I could unclick Momo's thing, but unless we were only watching under Ozzy's vision at the time that he was scouting, for some reason on remastered, it'll just completely take it away. But if I were to guess, he
No,
might not
he's
have
he's
actually.
scouting. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's scouting others. Oh no.
because that second gateway that we see now from Momo, it
Hmm.
wasn't building when he first scouted. So yeah, Ozzy's gonna check everywhere. He's sending zealots to the bottom right. That's really too bad. I actually thought it was really good at Ozzy at first because he was gonna scout Momo so quickly, but Momo is he's not gonna have a ton of units, but he's gonna have a couple cannons up. He'll have a couple zealots, and I mean every second he gets is just gonna be is just all I don't know. It sounds stupid. It's just all butter, man. It's all good.
I think now he realizes with everything that he has to be at 11. But now
Yeah,
Cybernetics core tech is going up, although he's doing a great job defending the scout. So, although
true.
looking at the Zell account, Momo has to know that this is a gateway opening.
Yeah, let's see if he starts going to the. Nope, he's attacking 9 o'clock. It's too bad. I think as he sees this other unit come down, this other zealot, he should know that he's at 11. Yeah, he knows now. He's got a ton of zealots, and I think what will happen is, nope, he's still okay. That's too bad. I think it's okay, but as these goons come out, it will be pretty dangerous. And then Momo's gonna try to get in here to get a scout as well, but Ozzy's totally gonna block that. Um, this is dangerous. Momo got a lot of free time, incidentally. I don't think it's the end, but I don't think he can be killed now. 3 cannons,
One
4
thing I'm
zealots.
noticing, one thing I'm noticing right now is that Momo is actually mining gas with 2 probes on each gas, and I think that's sort of indicative of his SCW days, where 2 probes are able to mine efficiently. But here, you actually do need 3 probes per gas.
That's really
So
interesting. I didn't know that.
we may not see ideal gas consumption by Momo.
Okay. So he's not 100% ahead like he could be, but I mean, he still has been building extra probes for longer. And Ozzy is putting the pressure on, so that's good. It looks like he's clearing a couple units up. I saw he threw down his Nexus pretty dang quick after he saw that Momo had his up. And I guess Momo's got his third gas going, more cannons. That's fair. I wonder, I guess it's I was just thinking, I'm so used to 3v3s that the Zealot, by the way. Oh no, he's gonna miss it. Nope, he might still get it. Oh, he got fancy at the micro, and the Zealot ends up going down. In 3v3, it's just so important to put a pylon and some cannons at your choke, but 1v1, I just have to keep reminding myself, like, it's better to probably have all these cannons at your core, right? Because then Zealots will do what they're doing now. They'll just run past your choke and then go straight for your main. Which,
Definitely. Plus, I mean, we have to consider that there is a cannon rule for every PvP, so he can
True.
only put so many anyways.
yeah, that's true.
But
That is true.
now we're seeing with the Dragoon count probably ahead for Momo. Adley's probably going to get a cannon up at his choke and then just look to sort of ride out and delay for as long as he can until he can sort of match the army.
Right. Yeah, he already has some of his own Dragoons, so that's good. I doubt his... No, it looks like his range is up as well, so it's a pretty fair fight. He's not still producing probes off of both of his Nexus, so that's a little concerning. Micro is really good, by the way. One thing that Ozzy taught me a while ago is generally you don't want to move all of your Dragoons at the same time. You only want to move maybe half of them, or, you know, move them in small groups or whatever when you're microing them. And I did see Momo start to do that, but dude, see what I was saying before?
This fight isn't going Momo's way, and
No.
I don't know if you should have taken that engagement with all those zealots in front.
Yeah.
And we may see his gateways get camped, but looks like he is opting for zealots, so he's able to get reinforcements very quickly.
True.
Although Azzy is rallying to his choke now, so
Yeah.
while we may not be seeing the killing blow, he may be able to sort of cripple Momo pretty effectively. And finally, the Templar Archives go down, so eventually we should see a
DT.
Momo be able to push
or
him
Templar.
back. But yeah, I would like to see a robotics facility coming from Azzy, considering he has to know he's behind on tech, so observers would sort of be the way to sort of work around that in this case.
For sure. And I guess it's balanced out a little bit more. Like, both our supplies are about even. Ozzy's done a really great job at spending all of his money. Right here, it was maybe just a little bit. His attention was probably elsewhere, macroing up a little bit. His Dragoons were taking some extra hits. I hope that he walks in a little bit further, because again, like, we can watch for this second, but I don't think he's actually seen... He hasn't been over to the left side of the base in a long enough time that he for sure hasn't seen that Templar Archive go down, especially doesn't know that it's finished. But he did see the Citadel, so if I were to guess, I would think that he would know that some DTs are on the way. Like, he's got to have an idea. And for how scary that looked a second ago, see how he's microing his Dragoons in groups a little bit instead of just moving them all at the same time? Anyway, to me, that's what I've been told. That's what you want to do. I know that there's probably a lot of other opinions and the right thing to say, or, you know, right thing to do, I guess, in that position. You're right, though. There's no robotics facility, so there's going to be no observers. DTs have got to be out pretty dang soon.
And Azzy, despite having the lesser gateway count, he's been macroing solid, but I don't think he's missed a macro cycle. But we're now seeing Momo with his 11-10 gateways now about to most likely push him, especially with DTs out now.
Yeah, did they finally pop? All right, so he does have one. And I mean, at least here, he does have some leeway. And all right, so it's just time to go home. I think that's pretty smart. He still has a pretty big army. I don't know if he's actually seen the DT yet. I'm going to say that he hasn't. He
needs a
doesn't
cannon.
have the cannon at his entrance.
He doesn't have any cannons right now. Even if the DT can walk through and inflict massive eco damage right now.
That's true. Yep. If it goes, no, he should have gone straight for the main. But I guess this is fine, because then the cannon will never start. Like, will never finish. I mean, what I think would have been better is to send the DT straight to the main, because now Ozzy hasn't started it yet, but he did have time to start cannons, which he still has. So yes, he is going to start doing some damage to these Dragoons, but I think he shouldn't have given away that he had DTs and gone straight to the main, check for cannons there, and when he found that there's no cannons, just start going after probes. But this is a pain. I do still think that Ozzy's just fine. Like, he is down 20 supply. That part's pretty scary. And these DTs really are just going to keep being more and more annoying. But yeah, these cannons are going to finish in 2 seconds, and the game does go on. Ozzy's even gone up to 3 Nexus now. On the other side, I just want to check really quick. The robotic support bay is up. he is still getting upgrades, at least out of one of his forges. He's got Templar, so I imagine he's got Storm, more gateways. He's got a whole mess of probes that aren't mining, but he's really moved up the tech tree a lot faster than Ozzy has. Ozzy's ready though, as long as he's watching. I mean, he's got half his army on one side, half the army on the other, so he knows that something like this is going to happen. And Momo's in no position to attack the front while he goes for these drops. He's got a ton of money too, dude.
A great play right now would be while you have the DT sort of campaigning here in the choke, is bring your army and start to either threaten the gateway, or pretty much bait the army. That way you can also have the drop come in as well. I think Momo's doing a great job handling everything. He's ahead in army supply, plus he's expanding on gateways, plus he has the map. I think he could take advantage of the map control that he has with the DTs right now. But let's see.
And he is putting shuttles on both sides. He's got pylons kind of everywhere. So, I mean, his map vision is really great as well.
Right.
And
looks like it's coming in from the 7 o'clock. Oh, no, 5 o'clock first.
Yep,
and then
the
7.
5 o'clock. The units are out of position on the 5 o'clock spot. So all
there's
those
no
probes are going to go down.
response. 41
oh my gosh,
kills.
41. That is brutal. Because now we've got a maxed out Momo who's just, it looks like he's just, now's the time to just select each group of units and just move it down into Ozzy's base. That might actually not be a good plan though, because if you're fighting inside of his choke, then, I mean, obviously defender's advantage, he can create the arc, but he kind of took the bait a little bit and went outside the front of his base. For Ozzy's sake, I hope he pulls back in and again just tries to hold
another
on that
one.
side. I was waiting for it.
Oh.
Goodness gracious.
And now at this point, all Momo has to do is just constantly, battle, and eventually Azzy can't replenish as fast.
That's
We're
true.
seeing the army count right now as well as 170 to 113. I mean, 50 of them are probes. So, this is not looking good for Azzy one bit.
No, if Momo can drag this out, because Ozzy is winning the fight on the ground. So if he keeps pushing and just steamrolls this, I don't know if he'll be able to with just even the rally coming out. Yeah, if he steamrolls this battle, he could just try to push all the way into the core. Oh my gosh, another drop.
He would have to kill right now. He would have to kill right now. He has no money. Another drop is coming, and Momo basically is just going to be, playing survival mode at this point.
Right, for sure. And he pre-made an arc, so that was really good. That storm was pretty good. Really quick, I think he sees this drop coming in.
Here comes another drop.
Come on, move your probes. He did. So there's not a ton to storm, but he did move him out of the way. So I don't know if this attack should keep going, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think, well, shoot, he's only got 50 supply. I think that's it, man. Unless he had his own drop to counter it and help weaken Momo, I think that's it.
GG.
Yeah, GG. Good effort. Good game.
Great game by Momo.
Yeah, I mean, he almost...
Great game.
Ozzy did the thing that he almost, not always does, but that beginning of the match, everything looked normal, and then all of a sudden he is on top of Momo's gateways, and I think he almost, if it were me playing, I think it was like a little bit tunnel vision where it just had almost broken his back and just won off of momentum. And I think that maybe there's like a few things that went wrong, but I think that was one of the bigger things, is that he put all of his focus into trying to kill Momo right at the start, where Momo was able to hold, and then obviously had that Nexus for longer, and then the more gateways, and then his tech was a lot quicker.
Good news, everyone!
So, thanks, Cinch. Anyway, so I do appreciate it. I forgot, so this is a good time. I got to remember to turn off those notifications so they don't happen during the middle of the game. But that was really good.
Good news, everyone!
Yeah, that was unfortunate that Azzy just didn't scout him. I think that definitely could have, turned the tide for Azzy. It's, he could have put on a little bit more pressure, but the fact that he just didn't scout him, I think, just threw off his game. And Momo, rode that advantage with the early Nexus, defended the initial attack. Granted, he did get the early engagements as he did, but other than the army, there was not much that came out of it. And then with the massive drop with the 41 kills, that was sort of the beginning of the end.
Right, which I meant to bring that up as well, that he had scouted him really early. And so, sorry, I'm probably just going to reiterate what you just said, but hopefully say it in my own words as well. If that probe had just gone in a little bit further, he wouldn't have had to spread his zealots all over and those extra probes, and the zealots would have hit way fast, and that might have just ended it too. So that's just the thing with poker and StarCraft. There's a little bit of luck involved, and he's just like 1 or 2 little pixels off, and then that just delays the attack that much more. So thank you, by the way, you guys, for the subs and everything, and for the follows. Okay, so, oh, dude, thanks for freaking setting up a bet as well. All right, so GG, we've got Cross is going to be our next challenger, and I know that he's in and ready. So, oh nope,
Yeah,
he's asked to use the restroom. Never mind.
While we're waiting, this time we're gonna see a PVT. Pretty excited for that. Always down to watch non-mirror matchups.
Hell yeah. That was really fun, especially for a Protoss versus Protoss. I actually think it's probably one of the more explosive matchups. So I just know that sometimes when we're drowning in Protoss, when we're either spectating or oh, that's funny. Spectating or playing, but that, I think there's also something to be said just really quick. I guess you can ask them if they're ready, and I can just cut off what I was saying. I think the moral of the story was that just even growing up. Okay. It's just like I got a Terran heart. I grew up playing Terran because they're the humans,
understandably,
and you gotta fight the aliens and the bugs.
Yeah, Protoss is almost always the I don't want to say enemy. They're basically usually seen as the enemy, whereas Terran is like the alliance.
Right. Like, you tell me you want to go against Arnold Schwarzenegger? No, I don't think so. All right, I'm ready. So really quick, you guys, I do need to fix this to where as we get going, I'm going to move Momo over to the side, and I'm going to deselect this one, put this here, and I'll probably find a way to maybe in between games fix this a little bit faster. But until then, we all get to deal with it together. Who needs that first 30 seconds of the game anyway? Luckily, since we have so many Protoss playing, I don't actually have to do this all that often. Now I just gotta find Cross. I know that I try to make it pretty easy to find. So, all right. Now, in the top left corner, it is kind of nice though that they're so close to each other. We're just, a cool minute into the game, so I'm for sure gonna fix this so we don't have this again. Anyway, we've got our purple now Protoss, the new king, Momo. And then at 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, we have our red Terran. He's got a lot of hype. I know he's got a lot of plans. I don't know what those plans are, but this is, I guess, 4 or 5 months in the making. He is our red Terran, Cross.
Boing, boing, boing.
Oh, you're back. Again, by the way, Nexus first, or at least Forge, then Nexus. So he is going for a quick Nexus. And Cross is doing, I believe, the Cross Scout, right?
So
Looks
normally
like
in 1v1...
Go ahead.
Normally in 1v1, you usually want to scout not only the middle, but also the 12, 3, 6, 9 position first, because they have the shortest distances to travel there. So generally, if you're able to scout them first, you want to be able to. So that's why you see sort of Cross's scouting pattern. But it's interesting we're seeing an adjacent game right now because they play out very interestingly, especially with the dynamic of this map, where Protoss obviously has a very short rush distance, so
Right.
they're able to apply the pressure very early. However, with the droppable cliffs we have on this map, Terran in the mid game, as soon as they're able to finally apply dropships, it'll be sort of what would you say, like a ticking time bomb almost, where
Right.
Protoss eventually may get squeezed in.
That's true. If he does get a lot of tanks and maybe some static defense behind it, obviously he'll be floating his barracks and some E-bays. I mean, Terran just has to do that anyway in 1v1s. I know it's been a minute since I've even watched a lot of just some of these types of games, but you need as much vision as you can get as Terran. And I think that's why they had sensor towers for StarCraft 2, is because you just need that early detection to be able to react in time. But it also works in his favor to be offensive when he does get siege tanks, that he can use that as his way to push in towards Momo. I had a thought. Oh, so with this cannon at the front, I think we also need to be clear with these guys too. The limit to 5 cannons, and we didn't really cover this rule before, but we have a rule where if it's a Protoss versus Protoss, you can only have, I think it's 5 cannons at your main and 1 at the front, or is it just 5 total?
No, you're right. The former.
I just want to make sure. So you can have 5 cannons at your main as Protoss, and then you can have 1 cannon at your front, but we need to make sure to tell these guys, obviously it's too late this time, that is only for Protoss versus Protoss, so they can get as crazy as they want with cannons versus Terran, and it obviously doesn't have to just be in their base either, which, I mean...
Interestingly enough, we're seeing Momo, rather than opt for a robotics facility opening, which is what many fastest players will opt for, he actually opted for a Citadel for a DT drop. So rather than going for Reavers, it looks like he wants to sort of apply the pressure with DTs, which I think is a great way to mix it up for someone like Cross, who may be more accustomed to the sort of what others may call it a Korean style.
Yeah. Cross will have at least 1 scan, and he does have his eBay going down, but I don't know exactly when it started. If I were to guess, it probably started right around 4 minutes, which is like the deadline to start your eBay, so you can have turrets in time for those Dark Templar. And there is the robotics facility kind of at the front, which I guess is perfect for a scan, which is exactly what happened. So he's going to see that shuttle. He's going to, or not the shuttle, but the robo, and then he's going to think like kind of what you're saying, where it's going to look more of a traditional opening, whereas, oh, this is a pretty crazy engagement too. The Zealots get kind of on top of some of those Marines, but that's fine. Just a little bit of poke in, I guess.
I think him seeing that 1 cannon is going to force Cross to actually threaten the bust. And if he's not careful, if he doesn't actually make the units, Cross may outright just kill him here.
That's true. He'll have to use DTs defensively to kill this, and then
Right.
that buys Cross time. I really feel bad. I hope that he's not withholding the amount of cannons he makes at his entrance because he thinks it's every matchup. That would be a bummer. I mean, I know as we keep doing this tournament more and more, he can use the DT, by the way.
Is he gonna scan though? The main thing is he doesn't want to scan right now. He sees it. He has to see it.
Yeah,
He's
so
going straight for the turrets.
he's got to get that turret super fast, and he gets it. And how much? So he's got enough for 1 scan. So he needs to start targeting SCVs instead of letting him get all tripped up. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. Ow! He needs to actually kill SCVs. He's got what feels like unlimited time. Okay, now run away. Perfect. Okay. Whew. I know that there's a lot going on, so like again, nothing against him. This is like the golden opportunity time though to like he's got to get those DTs back in as soon as he can. It's got to have worn out now. These turrets are going down. Gotta target these SCVs, get as much kills as possible. Oh no, he's attacking the starport. Dude, he had a real opportunity there. Zealots are moving in. Oh, is he trying to stop something like the science facility going down? This is kind of a weird thing to be targeting. At least go for the SCVs.
He is threatening in multiple directions at once, and I think just forcing Cross to address it is already damage enough. He's floating a shuttle. It's so vulnerable right now. Okay.
Right. I saw he put a
Great play. I
reaver in
wonder if
it,
there's.
so he's gonna try to
Oh,
get a kill. And I think it's gonna
it's a
dud.
dud.
It's
It's a
gonna
dud. Oh,
dud. That's so unlucky.
great save, and the DT goes down.
The curse of the Protoss continues. There's one more DT over here, and they really have gotten a lot of value, all things considered. He's got to move that back. I'm just so used to in 3v3s, those DTs just, they target the turrets as they go down or the SCVs as they build them, and you never, ever, ever see like enough turrets get up, or at least for enough time, and then usually there's more DTs and it just steamrolls and it gets out of control. So there's really good crisis management out of Cross, and then just some really bad luck for Momo where the Reaver got in, Zealots were distracting, there was DTs and Zealots everywhere too, so there's a little bit of chaos, and generally that works. So that dud is pretty killer.
Cross right now is pretty supply blocked, so we're not seeing him being too aggressive. But as soon as he is able to sort of, expand with the depots, we should see him be a little bit more aggressive with the dropship now.
Yeah.
I did see him load a tank, but as soon as he's able to, start to actually explode with his production, we should see him actually start to threaten. And now this is the point where Momo is probably going to start transitioning into the heavy drop play that we're probably used to seeing, where they offer, multiple robotics facility. They, potentially have a Corsair to go with it. But
Really quick,
let's see this drop.
this
attempt.
drop can be super, super bad. I think Cross
Is there a
scanned
pull?
to see if he had. Oh, he got the ones running away too. Oh no,
Oh,
they're
it's
stuck on the forms. Oh shoot, that was brutal. Okay, 33 and 2. So he lost 30, 36, or at least 35 probes right there. I thought I saw him try to pull some out beforehand, but I believe Cross scanned to. Oh no, I gotta set my status to busy. Damn it. Anyway,
It got stuck. That's so unfortunate.
yeah, that was crazy. So there's some more bad luck. So bad luck on his attack, and then bad luck just on the defense on both sides. Dude, that's totally how StarCraft is. I was trying to say, I think Cross scanned to see if there's cannons there. There wasn't, and then the dropship went in. Just crazy, crazy. Momo still is up
That
40
was
supply.
That was a huge shot. He is up 40 supply, but I mean, natural, Protoss mechanic is that all their units are expensive. It's going to take forever to replenish those probes, and he's not going to be able to macro efficiently out of all of those gateways for the longest time. And I think he's trying to attack to force something because he knows he has to actually do damage. And if this drop doesn't actually do the impact that he needs to, we may be seeing the beginning of the end. Is there a Reaver? Oh, so we're seeing the Reaver. Oh, is it another dud?
Oh my gosh, how
goodness.
could you get so unlucky? Got two Marines with 2 drops and 4 Reavers. That is freaking brutal. Because I was thinking the same thing. Like, the thing you don't want to do right now is attack into the front of a heavily fortified Terran base. But then it makes sense if you are just trying to distract so you can go in for a drop. But I really haven't seen the game, hate a player in a really long time.
Here comes a drop from 11. Let's see. Cross does not see it yet.
So he unloaded way early. Come on!
Hello?
That was your chance. Okay. Oh no! Oh my gosh!
Oh my!
And another one! The SCVs! Everything's gone!
My goodness!
Well, the game's equalized, so that's crazy.
Oh!
Balance is all things should be, I guess. Holy cow! Oh my gosh! That storm on the
These
Marines!
are dreadful storms. I mean, these are amazing storms, but dreadful for Cross. Oh my goodness!
That even got me. As soon as you said that there's a drop going up at 12 o'clock, or starting
Here's a
from
drop
11.
from Cross. Oh, but it's only 2 tanks. Let's see if there's an. Oh!
Last time 2
the
tanks
probes
did
are
great.
pumped up. Oh, 6
shit,
kills.
That was 6
Okay.
though. That was 6. Every little bit hurts and helps. This is okay. So what do you think he's getting out of the science facility? I mean, I want to make a joke and say it's radiate, but it has to be an EMP, right?
Right.
There's nothing else.
Most
to get.
definitely EMP. At this point, eventually, what Cross is going to tech into is going to be Vox, and we're going to see either a shot at EMPing the shuttles to take them down faster, or EMPing potentially the High Templar. However, that's less likely because of the sort of casting duration. But great play here by Momo. He's sort of threatening the drop and forcing all the pull.
Right.
And you see all the SCVs escape, but there's really no High Templars behind it, right? However, that one shuttle may have High Templar. Or here's another shuttle that may
He's
be
gonna
coming
pull
with
him
High
in, so
Templars.
they're
To
starting to
basically
regroup.
bait. Oh!
He's gonna get it again!
Oh!
Go,
no!
Just one. That was timed out perfectly.
But look at how little money Cross has right now, and his SCVs are running all over the place. There's 18 minerals for Cross with
Yep.
2 SCVs mining, and right now we have Momo, I think, with at least 3 control groups of probes that are mining. And these, as long as he keeps these shuttles relentlessly dropping,
More drops. He has to
and
target
it's,
these.
let's see if there's any High Templars here. There
I don't
may
think
not
there
be any, or
was.
he may just be baiting.
It's true. He could fly back in with that shuttle. Another thing too is he's gotten rid of all these turrets on the side, so now he can't even, like, there's no anti-air other than the Marines. He needs to freaking make Marines. We've got another shuttle coming in, so he's got 2, which those do have storms in them.
Oh,
Okay, so
the
he storms
Marines.
the Marines. Okay, he's got
No.
he has one.
So the issue.
There's
The
no
issue
energy.
right now is that Cross actually has no army. He's out of money and he has so little army. You have 2 tanks down there and 3 Marines. I don't know if he has any units down in the bunkers, but he has almost no units to actually keep himself in this game right now. So if Momo were to actually just throw down 12 Zealots, we may be seeing the end of the game.
Run.
Oh no. I think he's baiting. I think he's pretending like he doesn't have any energy.
Well,
But
before
Cross,
he
has
didn't.
to. Oh, okay.
Ouch. Oh my gosh.
This is looking rough, and Cross is gonna have to just pull something. Oh, his tank is gone. He has 1 tank left and maybe 5 Marines, including the 4 in the bunker.
So this is a time where I think, oh my gosh, you just gotta pull.
Oh.
Yeah,
GG.
that's it. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, so there's a lot to unpack there, and I want to hear, I'm just gonna go through my side of things really quick, because then you can talk while I fix the overlay and everything. So, oh my gosh, now that I'm like, I want to say it very quickly, and there's like, where do I even start with that? Because first of all, good try, and that Seas Tank drop was really good at the very beginning. What I was thinking about saying at the end was that since the economy hadn't been disrupted for Momo in a significant way in a long time, just those shuttles and those Zealots and those Templar were never ever gonna stop. And him losing those turrets also was just like pretty monumental, because then they could just come in undisputed. And then, as you said, the SCVs spent all their time running around, so he's not making any money. And at the end, I wanted to make the joke where he should have just lifted off one of his CCs and built it at like 1 o'clock and done long distance mining, because then at least then he would have been mining something. Obviously, that's so unrealistic. That would never ever work. It was just a funny thought that I had, where it was like, well, sometimes the 3v3s people do that. It's never smart when they do it either. Anyway, really good game, and then freaking good on Momo for bringing it back, because he, again, that early mid game, it looks like their pressure is going to be enough to steamroll it and end it.
Yeah,
Anyway, 'cause I
Momo
fixed this.
definitely was relentless in his drops, as he should have been. He didn't let that really unfortunate sort of building placement that trapped his probes. He didn't GG out really. The main thing. He was relentless. He kept the game going. He did what he could, and whether you call it lucky break or a mistake on Cross's part, or Momo being like sneaky with his drops, he killed all of his SCVs, which really was at that point in Momo's hand. So I think he did a great job just putting the pressure on, and that was a great attempt by Cross. He got the great start with the tank. Didn't really take a lot of damage after the DTs.
Right.
Yeah, I think great play by Momo.
Yeah, when I say, like, just so there's a disclaimer too, and there's a couple disclaimers. My first disclaimer was going to be, so everything that we talk about today, I don't intend to sound like the smartest person on the planet. Like, everything is just going to be my opinions, and my opinions are my own. They're not like It's just going to be what I'm observing. And I know that there's like many, probably just about anybody who like plays or, you know, plays 1v1 specifically or fastest in general, that all I'm trying to say is that I know that there's a lot of smarter people than I am. So take that for what you will or as a grain of salt. And then the second disclaimer is when I'm referring to as luck, I'm not referring to as skill. So, and there's like, I know in our lovely community that will say like, oh my God, that person's so effing lucky or whatever. Or they're so lucky they did this, or they're so lucky that they did that. And then it is another Protoss, right? Let me just fix my, well, that's okay. I'll fix it. At least it's partly ready. But I do need to fix the scene or whatever, the overlay when we get in, but it's not that big of a deal. So what I mean by luck, really quick, is that when you drop a Reaver and it sends its Scarab out, and the Scarab chases the SCVs across the like half their base and around the command center and then duds, that's what I mean is unlucky. Or maybe if I say like, I don't know if I even said this in the last game, but if I said that like Cross was lucky that Momo didn't target down the SCVs and the turrets, that is kind of luck, but then Momo also had a plan for those DTs to try to create more chaos and things like that. So usually when I would say exclusively when I refer to something as luck, at least this is what I meant for the last game, and even going forward, it's like just, it's an old game and we already all know this, and shit just happens, right? Like it just, things that are supposed to work don't always work, and sometimes it's built into the game, and sometimes the units just don't listen or they take a weird pathing. We all know, but I feel like I need to say that too, because Momo did an insanely good job. So I don't want it to anyone to think that I thought he was just lucky, because there was blood in the water and he attacked like a shark for sure. He got in there, he just kept making that opening bigger and bigger, made sure Cross couldn't mine anything, and then again, it was just on rotation, those shuttles and zealots and storms. Like, who is going to come back from that? It's crazy. So, anyway.
All right. Are we ready?
It's Soul Ace, right?
Yes.
Soul Ace. And then one other thing, and then we can get going. I got to put the old Zedlot back. Come here, you. Just cover up that Marine real nice, like. Just kidding. I'm going to get rid of the Marine. Go ahead. As soon as they're ready. Do you want to do the intros this time? Maybe not.
We may have to change it to turn rate 20.
Okay. And one thing too about Ace, I believe the first tournament that he played in, he was Terran, and now he's choosing Protoss. And I'll check my notes, but he might be our player that is from Germany.
So Ace played Protoss.
Did he?
So while we're waiting here, yes, Ace played Protoss in our first battle of Beehive, which I think was a great event. However, he had the unfortunate luck of playing against the Walt.
So who's our Terran? I guess I got to go back and look. I thought it was Ace, but that's totally fine. I'll go back and double check. So he played Protoss each time then?
He never played the 20th or the second one. We just
Okay.
we only did the first.
That's fine. Let me see. Where is Ace? Yep, he's our German player. Okay. Perfect. right, it's all you, buddy.
Oh, nice. Okay.
For our intros?
Yeah, go ahead.
I said it's all you.
I'm leaving you with all of that.
All right, fine. And the top right is our new challenger. Still another Protoss, which is just fine because these games so far have been pretty dang crazy. It's Ace. Apparently his
Good
connection
news, everyone.
did not like the TR-24. Anyway, in case I said 11 because in my brain I was checking myself, even though I don't think I actually said anything. So he's at 1 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, we have our reigning king. This is his third match. It's Momo, and he's also Protoss again because he has to be forever and ever and ever. This is different so far.
Yeah, we're seeing a PvP. I think we're gonna see a different style than what we saw from Azzy and Momo. Azzy, I think is, Azzy, I think is more of the traditional gateway opening, whereas I wouldn't be surprised if Ace goes for a Nexus first.
Excuse me. I thought it was Momo going for Nexus first because that's what he's been doing this whole time, even though I know that he wasn't because he had the pylon and the two gateways in the middle of the map. And the way you said that, it got me. I know I had some spit at the back of my throat, but yeah, Nexus first against a tried and true just proxy gate in the middle of the map. This is different. Hell yeah.
This is something that while I mean, this is
He's gonna see it. He's got to see it.
I don't think he sees it. I don't think he sees it.
Oh no! How is this even possible? Oh my gosh! So, what is gonna be the first time that he sees? Is it gonna be when the Zealots get into his? What if he cross scouts right now?
Oh no, he's gonna go down to 6.
He's
not gonna see it.
Never ever. Okay, so he sees the probe, but that's totally normal. That's totally normal.
Oh, and he's going for So depending on how well he drills his probes, he may not die, but he's gonna take a huge eco hit. And as long as Momo is really just rallying, oh man, here goes a pylon. I'm shield battery.
He just has to get his okay. All right, it's a good thing he didn't react, because if it was me, I probably would have freaked out and I would have made sure that my cannon is covered. But that's what. So Ace has to cover his cannon with his probes and zealots and everything, because dude, 3 more are moving in. You said this to me before the game started. We were watching 2 computers play. I know you remember, but I was like, remember that? It was like 30 minutes ago. But I said I wanted to be a player that was known for going for shield batteries one day, and you literally said you could if you like proxy gated and attacked, but he is building cannons. I thought he was gonna build some shield batteries, but even this, dude, the Zealot's already getting on top of the cannon. He's got to be careful. He's got to start using some probes.
Ace should be able to actually hold this. Now, the important thing is, will he be able to micro well enough to defend his cannons? Ace, nice. Ace actually oh, nice play.
Sick.
Nice play. Great.
And then just get rid of that one coming up.
So now look how far ahead he is on tech. Assuming Ace survives, he could outright just be able to Dragoon micro him out, unless he just opts for DTs or speed lots. But if Ace is able to hold, which is looking like it, I think we're gonna see Ace come away with this.
I tried to mute my cough. I don't think I was able to get away with it. Yeah. You're saying that you think Ace might be able to get away with it?
Yes, considering how ahead in tech he is, and yeah, he is, attacking away with his one cannon, but it's gonna take a while for really any of those buildings to go down.
The Zealot's putting pressure on his tech, though. That can be pretty dangerous. Momo didn't go for a Nexus behind this, so he is about as all in as you could get. Look at this, the freaking probe. His probe scouted Momo's base, so he could start building cannons, in his own enemy's base. And I mean, he's technically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we're to go for 6 total,
Right.
I don't know. He does make a good point. Is he allowed to have more cannons than I do? Because it is a cannon rush. Oh man, I'll leave it up to you. Maybe you and Cross as the experts. He is building a cannon, so
yeah, he's actually building 3 cannons with 4 already in someone's base. So, yeah, that's actually not allowed. And
I was gonna say,
I tried to message him, but he has D&D turned on. So, this may be something where I think next time we just have to reiterate. And yeah, I think we're gonna have to discuss this after this game.
so do you think in this situation, if Ace doesn't clean it up and the game doesn't normalize, do we force just a rematch, a redraw? Because that is true. He's building. He's got
I think so.
2, 4, 5, and then he's got 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 at home
Yeah.
and 4 in his opponent's base. So now Ace is like, all right, well, I guess I'll just build 5 cannons in your base. However, his probe's gone. So the DT's out. The DT could just go take out that pylon. That's all of Momo's production, other than what he just built in his main. But I think depending on how this game goes, that we are just gonna have to go for a redraw. So what
Yeah, this is gonna have to be a rematch. I don't see really any way past this because, I mean, we told them that we would be messaging them, and one of the players has D&D turned on, which sort of destroys the integrity of it. So,
right.
it's either gonna be a rematch or yeah, we're gonna have to put Ace through.
So 5 total, correct? 5 total. Or 6 total, I mean. But it's 5 at your entrance, and then
No, it's 5 in
5
your
at your
base
main
and 1 at
and
your
1
choke.
Yeah, that's what. Sorry,
Yes.
I'm saying it backwards, but that's what I meant to say. Is that you could do. Excuse me, 5 at your main, 1 at your choke. But we didn't specify when you're cannon pressuring others. But we did say only 5 total. Oh, I wish he did.
No, he said 6 total.
I know, sorry, I'm watching the game too, and just this situation, sorry, I'm just a little off, but, alright, let's make them rematch, and add a clause, I guess, that if you're gonna do a cannon rush, then that's where your cannons go, right? Or what do does everyone think?
Yeah, we're just gonna have to
Answer
leave the
to.
game. This is not progressing, and both of them have D&D turned on. So
Neither of them do have D&D? Okay.
no, they both have D&D turned on.
That's probably because they're playing in a match. I heard you, by the way. I don't know why my brain didn't register it correctly. Do we want to see this? I guess we can watch it, but it's for naught, so yeah. Okay, so now that I can take like a breather and actually use my brain to speak, do we want it to be if you use your 6 cannons in a cannon rush, you can't build any at home or at your choke? Or what, or people in chat, what do you guys want to see the rules be? Like, I know Cross is a great authority on this.
It should be 5 or 6 total, regardless. 1 at choke and 5 in base. We never. I mean, it is our fault. We never actually specified that cannon rushes aren't allowed.
But so should we? I think cannon rush is a viable strategy, but I do still think that there has to be like a cost for that. Well, thanks, Retro Joint, at least for hanging out. And oh, what's up? I think it's Frinkle1. I'm trying to be as objective and unbiased as possible. So, do we want to do an addendum and just say no cannon rushes? Because I think that should be something that they do, but does that mean that they can't build cannons at home? That's where I'm leaning. Do you just want there to be no cannon rushes?
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think we have if they are gonna offer cannon rushes, they need to limit themselves to 5, and if
Or
not,
to 6,
you
right?
can't build any more cannons. Right. Well, one at the choke, and
Right.
then.
Oh, so only
But
5 for a
basically,
cannon rush?
regardless of whether. Right, and no cannons outside of your base, my base, or um, basically no cannons in the middle and no cannons outside of anywhere that's not your base or their base.
Okay, so... Alright, so say that again. No cannons that is outside of your base or their base.
Right, so they can't build middle cannons. They can't build cannons at, you know, in that game, 12, 3, 11.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah. Which
Okay.
that to me makes sense because obviously with that
Uh,
like such a short limit on cannons anyway, that wouldn't be super viable. But just so I'm sure, I just want to, because the chat even inside of Brood War is pretty funny. Let's see, what has everyone else said too? All right. So total. Do we just want to go full bore and let them do? Yeah. I say let's just keep it easy. You can do 6 cannons total. And if you... Okay. Because it's weird to just say you can have 1 at your choke, or I guess
Can you go ahead and put the splash screen so they don't see the chat?
I did. I mean, it's still there, but it's really small. It's because we're a minute behind. So for balance purposes, we're saying 5 cannons in enemy's base. And I guess that makes sense because you're choosing to, instead of do 5 cannons at your base, you're now doing 5 cannons at your opponent's main. And then the 1 that's limited to your choke is also for balance, so you can't just throw all 6 at your opponent, correct? I guess we'll just say, let's just say, because I know that you're trying to read chat and everything too. So the amendment going forward, I'm going off of what Dizzy is saying, because Dizzy knows what he's talking about. We're just going to say, if you're going to cannon rush in PvP, you can have 5 cannons at your opponent's base, and you can have 1 cannon at your choke. But that means you can't have any cannons at your base, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
So you can have a cannon at your base, and you can have 4 cannons at the opponent's base. Yeah. So Ace is right, because Momo built. So anyway, there's a lot of jibber jabber going on. People are right though they just want to see Momo disqualified, and that is true. He did build. Oh. I just want to confer with you for a second. It's funny, this gets messy. Let me see what everyone's saying. 6 cannon total, 5 in base, opponent base you cannot, is in the rules. 6 cannons return to base, who would die to DT. It's our fault. Alright. So we're starting over. To people who said that we should have just disqualified him, it's true that we probably should have just. It got messy because I didn't specifically say in my sign up sheet that if you were to cannon rush, you could have 1 cannon at your choke and 5 in your opponent's base. So the reason why we're saying to remake is because he was using cannons offensively, and to me that seems like the fairest compromise, to where we didn't say either A, you can't cannon rush versus another Protoss, or B, it is implied that you can only have 5/6 cannons total. So that's where, if we're gonna like judge, jury, executioner this, where he had already built over 6 cannons total, that's it. But the spirit of the rule is essentially to only have those amount of cannons so that the games don't drag on. And with a cannon rush like that, the game's definitely not going to drag on. So I see both perspectives. And anyway, it just seems the most fair, as well as to keep things going instead of getting bogged down, to just redo it, because Momo is giving up one of his strategies, and then Ace gets to have like a clean game where there isn't 6 DTs in his base, or sorry, not 6 DTs, 6 cannons in his base, and then 6 cannons at his opponent's home base. So Dizzy's messaging them right now, and I would like to believe, I guess I'll double check and make sure that okay, he's just making sure that they're, so 6 cannons totals, including yours and your enemy. And let's see. So anyway, the responsibility just sits on me. I'll even say not even Dizzy, on me. But to reiterate, Dizzy, you told them they can have 6 cannons total, but if they're going to cannon rush, they can only use 5, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, you guys. We're going to try this again. And even now, I mean, it's just kind of like a reverse mirror, right? They're kind of still kitty corner away from each other. I don't think we're going to have to worry about it anyway. Go ahead.
The base positioning is somewhat similar, where Momo is in one of the sort of non-advantageous positions on 3, 6, 9, or 12, and then Ace is in the corners. It looks like Momo is gonna go back to his previous strategy, which I think is a great play. Ace may sort of assume that because he pulled that card out, he wouldn't do it again, but I think Momo sort of sticking with the tried and true is a great idea.
Right, like who in their right mind would do that again? And then here we go. So, and I didn't say before, but here's Ace at 5 o'clock, and then we have Momo at 12 o'clock. And before it was 9 and 1, so really they just got rotated on the map. It's kind of funny. It's really similar, and it's as funny as it is that we're seeing the same strategy, just a rotation. This is it's the Clown World alternate universe, I guess, but maybe that was the first game. Still not a super fast scout from Ace as well. And everyone's a minute behind, so I'm reading some of this stuff where it's like, we did start it. We did. Anyway, I know there'll probably be some people who are upset about it. I don't know. We're figuring it out as we go, and honestly, we really are just trying to do the best that we can. If Ace does get cheesed again, he'll be way more prepared for it this time. I think just both mentally, and he'll be more warmed up for it as well. And Momo is also probably going to scout Ace last, if not almost last. Ace might give himself away. Oh my gosh, this again.
Let's see if he's going to see it.
No, he didn't.
Oh, still no.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Let's see if this time his well, actually no, his building here. Or his build exactly the same. And this time he's gonna turn and he sees it.
He did go and check the middle. All right, so Momo did know that Ace was gonna be at 5 o'clock, and he's building I thought for a second it was 3, but of course it's just 2. He's gonna have his cannon up right around the same time. And is he really gonna go for a freaking cannon push in his base again? I can't believe it.
And the difference here, however, is that Ace is actually gonna go with a third gateway plus 2 cannons, additional 2 cannons. So he's not gonna have to worry about the early Zealot pressure. He's gonna be able to maintain all of his probes, while potentially he may opt for the tech this time, or faster tech and maybe dragoons, but no gas as of yet. And Ace this time is taking a little longer looking for Momo.
Yeah, he's gonna scout him essentially last. All right, I'm gonna count these goddamn cannons. And dude, look at this. He's freaking poking. Oh, he could have got that Zealot that was in the red. So it is still precarious. Okay, he got it, but it's not nearly as precarious as it was before. It was pretty ballsy of Momo to go for this strategy again. Reinforcements are gonna get in. It doesn't look like he's gonna lose that probe like he did last time. That was a good snipe from Ace originally. And I think, so Ace is totally focused at home, but he could also scout Momo's base. Doesn't really have any defense. He did, oh my gosh, he was so close. He might
Looks like we're gonna see Ace actually stack all of his probes and actually try and target down that cannon, which I think is important. He doesn't look like he's opting for techs, and he may just offer, because it's a stronger economy, just go for that early game push. And the cannons are gonna go down. However, right now the Zealot count is extremely in Momo's favor, so he still has to worry about. Oh, he got the probe. That was great. Great play.
So since the Zealots were on hold position, they didn't hit the probes when they came in all stacked up, and he's going to target that cannon too. And he's going to have to send out another probe if he wants to keep this attack going, and I don't think it's going to happen. I think it still isn't in the clear for Ace, but I think he's going to hold. Like, there is a lot of Zealots, you're right, so that part is scary. And not only that, there's going to be Dragoons. So Momo still has a launch pad. Oh my gosh, he even gets that cannon. So he's going to lose a lot of army to clear that, but I mean, he lives. He's probably going to have to, oh my gosh, that's really good blocking from that Zealot. He's got to get his probes probably in front of those other cannons though.
This is looking slightly dangerous. However, I think with that other cannon finishing, he should be fine. Plus with the Zealots coming out. But the main thing I think now would be, eventually the sort of delayed tech. I don't know exactly how far Ace saw in Momo's base because it got killed by the cannon. But Momo is now going to be ahead on tech with that Cybernetics Core upgrading range, whereas Ace is just now starting his gas.
This is scary. So these Zealots can come in and start one-shotting these probes. Nice, nice, nice. Got him to run. Alright guys, I'm also still dealing with, I don't know, a cold or something. So I took some Dayquil right before we started, but I can feel my throat and all those same issues are starting to come back. Building that pylon is really smart. He's going to be able to protect his probes so he can't get in and jump on top of them as easily. Only loses one. Can let it finish. I guess it probably makes sense. He's going to need... he doesn't need the supply as much as Momo does. Momo is supply blocked. And if Ace goes out now, which he is, he could kill that one pylon in the middle of the map, and that is going to cut off almost half of... So if Ace goes out, he'll take out almost half of Momo's gateways. It is smart of him.
The Dragoons though, I don't see him being able to really have free reign over that. Momo's always gonna be able to kite back. So
True.
Plus, I'm pretty sure Momo is gonna want to keep that pylon alive, considering it's powering up 3 of his gateways, and that's still actually maintaining the gateway advantage over him. So
True.
Surprised though that there's no further tech coming out of Momo. Okay, now he just put down the box facility, but he's still. Oh, great play actually. Ace just decided to skip and go straight at 12.
Yeah, which means it just gives the opportunity for Momo to turn around and go straight towards Ace's base as well. But Ace has, I mean, only one more cannon, but he has more cannons, and he's also used to defending more in this position anyway. These Zealots need to start actually targeting probes or cannons or something, because this is... Okay, so he's gonna lose everything, but he'll get a cannon for his troubles. Not the worst, but not.
But he was able to see the box facility, so he knows what kind of tech that he's climbing, and this may be Ace's sort of a cue to just opt for the gateway explosion and just opt to push.
Dude, and he's gonna. Oh, he almost got the pylon in the middle of the map, and he's clearing a lot of dragoons because Momo is kind of being dragged all over the place. So Ace was able to. He cleared what, like 4 or 5 dragoons, and now the rest of them are gonna go down too. He barely lost any zealots. This is, I mean, Ace is up like 14 supply ish. So you know, 10, 20 supply. That's pretty crazy, and he's gonna start his own shenanigans in Momo's base, just like last time.
I think it's a great play. There's really no semblance of any like Momo is, well, right now he seems to be rallying his units in the back, but he is pretty head on right now, which as he should be with those 4 gateways. But these cannons may be able to hopefully catch him off guard, but I really don't see them doing it too much, especially with the Reaver about to come out.
Well, and remember, we said 4 at your. I'm gonna remember this for the end of my days. I swear to God, if he builds. We said 1 at your choke, and then you could have 5 in your opponent's base, or you could have 5 in your own base. He's got 4 in his base. Okay, he killed 1, thank God. So he put 2 down. Hey, he's got 3. See now we're in the opposite of this. Where is he in trouble now? Because the way that we were describing it was that, oh my God. So. What do you think? Because I kept telling you 5 in your base, 1 at your choke. So sorry. So what are we gonna do, Dizzy? You know what? They both. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 with the pylon. No, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, he has 5. No. I can't pause the game. These Protoss players, man, don't have any of these issues with anybody else.
I mean,
they got killed.
He did have 6 cannons.
No, because he had 6 building in Momo's base, and people were freaking out at Momo, and he had 3 in his main. He killed 1 of them, so at first he's building 2, but then if we watch the replay, he's building up to 4 or 5.
So right now he has 3 in his base, right? And he's building his 4th now, but
it's inconsequential.
He was
but it's
building.
Annoying. Sorry, go ahead. I just had to say that, but I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah, until the cannons finished, I mean, technically he didn't have 6. And he is actively killing off his cannons, but we're seeing a nice zealot pressure here.
All of his drones are gone,
and I
by
think
the way.
if
His probes are gone, but he's just trying to jump on top
Oh.
of Momo. Just thought I'd point that out. I'm just... I don't know. I want to put both these players in timeout. I don't know. So... What is he talking about? So now what he's saying, he's 6, I count 7 in your base. He didn't have... How many? So these were aces. I'm about ready to say they can have 1 cannon with their main and 1 at the choke. Jesus Christ. I'd like to thank you and Cross for this awesome and epic rule that it's really clear that everyone wants to follow. Okay, where are we at as far as this game goes? Other than, so he's got 1, 2,
Ace
3,
has
4, 5.
4 probes. I think this game is gonna go to Momo. I think the main thing at this point now is recognizing that neither Momo or Ace had any more than 6 cannons at one point.
Sort of. So neither of them
I think the
are
cannons
100% innocent, I guess.
the cannons being in production, I don't think that's a total, I guess, rule break, because he could have theoretically either canceled the cannons before they actually finished or destroyed his own.
Good lord.
All right, GG.
Okay, so who's our next player? Okay, only fastest map. Um. So on that last one, I feel like we're getting into weird territory, but the strategies outside of the canon rule, with the Reaver getting into the base, didn't have anything to do with the cannons. So people probably aren't going to like this, but I'm just going to make the executive decision that as much of a cluster that this was, that how it panned out, anyway, I'm just going to leave Momo in. People, like, so he had the drop, it killed all the probes, and an ace could have had the 5 cannons in his main, and that might have made the difference. It might not have, but it was just strategies at that point. He was just trying to counter cannon Momo, and I mean, since me and you are doing this, do you have any objections? I think that's, I don't know, I don't even
Give
know
me
if
1
it's
second.
fair.
I'm just watching replay.
Okay. I'll do that too. Wait, that's not it. This is my 3v3. Tell me what
I
you
think
find.
in the meantime, I was gonna, yeah, I think in the meantime you can just discuss the game.
I mean, I pretty much did, but I will anyway. I'm just gonna switch to this one, to this right here, and then I'm gonna watch a replay of my 3v3s. So don't worry, everybody. This is just so I can get the overlay ready for our next game. And excuse me, my voice is going. And I can change it if our judge Ozzy, or not Ozzy, I was looking at our screen, and anyway, Ozzy's like the first thing. So if Dizzy comes up with a different answer as he reviews the replay, because I can't watch it for some reason, I forgot to save it, which is more important than anything. I recorded it, but I don't want to. Anyway, so if Dizzy finds something different than me, then we can just change things as we go. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm just gonna move forward. It was just kind of a weird game, and oh, that's cool. Let's try to. It's a weird game, and all we can try to do is just be better going forward, which has just been everything with so far at the tournament. And I think Ace did well, especially having to adjust on the fly, as well as like being like, hey, this is kind of messed up, blah, blah, blah. And then also bringing it back. Like, I do think that as a Protoss player, Momo should be able to do some shenanigans. We just have to make sure everyone is aware of said shenanigans so that it's not obviously unfair, other than just regular racial balance and whatever. But with Protoss versus Protoss, that doesn't exist, right? So only fastest map is theoretically our next player, and he is Terran, and they did the bare minimum of filling out the form, so I don't know which country they're from. They don't have a Twitch or anything. So my joke to Dizzy is that this is someone trying to get a second chance to play, and they just... I'm going to go ahead and say it isn't, but I think in the long run we'll probably be able to find out if it is someone trying to sign up twice, which would be hilarious, and also not allowed. So I, again, have to find a way to fix that in the future. All right, and I just need to fix this thing. And I haven't been reading chat a whole lot. I know Dizzy's done a pretty good job, and I will try to read it just a little bit more. But also, I don't want to get too involved because I know things get heated. So I'm trying to just be unbiased and objective for the excuse me, for the position that we're in. It's like turning into WWE. All right, Dizzy, where are we at?
So, both of them actually at one point had 7 cannons.
That's what I was trying to
So,
say. Go ahead.
Now, there was never a point when both players had 7 cannons actually finished and made. They may have had 2 or 3 or 4 in production, which would have put them at 7, but none of them were actually ever finished. Whether it be because they canceled it, whether it be because it was destroyed before it was finished, or another cannon was already destroyed.
Right. Okay. And again, the way that things panned out, it wasn't like the first game where there was 6 cannons in his base and 6 cannons in his opponent's base. I'll just reiterate what you said. They were in production / getting killed, and strategically what happened, the cannons, there are consequences for having too many cannons, but how the game played out was inconsequential, to where they both had 7 cannons being either built or whatever, or in the process of being built and being destroyed, whatever. I don't know. Like, I just think on this one, since there's confusion at the beginning, I just want to move past it. And then going forward, if people are going to keep trying to push it like that, then we'll just cut them off. Because I want it to be consistent, and I just want it to be fun for everybody. That is my goal.
I think based on the fact that both players made 7 cannons, it's unfortunate, and I don't want to sort of reinforce this or set it as a precedence. But I think they sort of, both put themselves at a playing field or equal playing field, and judging by after everything that happened, I think really considering Momo won, Momo should move on. But it's something that we'll just have to discuss.
Yeah.
Either for the future or for the next event. Sorry.
Yeah, like Tony was saying, like double disqualify. So that's it. So they're both guilty, and I just think going forward, Jeez Louisa, when we have another. So Momo just left. Did you host?
Yeah, we're checking out the replay.
Oh, you guys are watching the replay right now?
Yeah.
Well, I'm...
So who's next? Is only fastest map?
Yeah. I would say let's just save that for later, and let's just keep it going.
Okay, give me a quick second.
Okay. Because I guess only fastest map says that he's having issues. Let me message him. Okay. So while they're, I know this is getting redundant. I do feel bad for Ace. And anyway, it's not a fun situation for anybody. They both had 7 cannons, is what Dizzy's saying. At least building and production are getting destroyed at one point. And again, I've said it that it was somewhat inconsequential. It is and it isn't. And just going forward, we have to be extra strict that if we just see 7 cannons go up, for the integrity of the game, I just have to exit the obs and then I think it's right. If we see a 7th cannon go up, we just exit obs and just say, hey, that's one too many cannons there, bub. And then we don't give them like a yellow card or whatever. Or, I don't know soccer or world football. Is there like a foul system that we implement or a handicap, or we just, that 7th cannon goes up and you're disqualified, hard line, you're out. That's probably the way to do it, right? So then people don't just get all funky with the rules. We see 7th cannon, then you're just DQ.
Yeah, I think we didn't take into consideration the players with D&D, which is totally reasonable. And what the normal response was that we would message them if they were over 6 cannons, but because they have D&D turned on, we can't message them. So I think in the future.
So I will say before the game starts, when there's a PvP or a PV random, in case the random turns into a Protoss or a whatever, right? I will say specifically 5 cannons at your main, 1 cannon at your choke. If you cannon rush, you can have 5 cannons that you would put in your main at your enemy's base, or you can have whatever amount between your base and your enemy's base. If it's Protoss versus Protoss, that equals 5. And I swear if I see a 6th cannon go up, so for the integrity of everybody, then if I see a 6th cannon go up in between your base and your opponent's base in PvP, we're just gonna quit the game and then we'll just move on without you, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
I keep getting distracted with chat. So yeah, that's the thing. So, and I'm talking about Brood War chat. I know we've said it 10 times, but we thought we covered everything, and then how could you not think of a cannon rush? So I'm an idiot. Anyway, let's go. Only Fastest he wants to host, but I don't want him to host because we've had you host every single game.
Yeah, I think he has some sort of issue with downloading the map.
There it is. Okay. So we don't have to worry about this cannon rush rule this game. Going forward, if we see a 6th cannon go up, and that's the thing too, is they thought that they could build 6 cannons total, even if it is in their enemy's base. But I was told by you that it was only 5 cannons, so that's what I'm going with.
No, that's right.
All right.
All right, we ready?
Yep.
All right.
And it might be semantic and weird and blah 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 blah, but we just need a rule to get through the rest of today. All right, it's everyone's favorite player, our Protoss at 7 o'clock. Who is white?
Boing, boing, boing.
Momo GK. And then at 3 o'clock is our brown Terran, who we know next to nothing about. I guess he's having issues downloading the game, but we're past that. He's only fastest map.
Boing, boing, boing.
Dude, he's freaking killing it. Everyone's been pushing their APM, so it's like 300 above, and this dude's just true to life, whatever he's feeling, like 130. Just sick. Like, anyone could win, so I haven't really mentioned APM that much today because I kind of want to get away from that. But it is kind of interesting to see APM so low, especially as Terran. Usually they spam it to pieces.
I think sometimes having low APM, especially in a tournament setting like this, can be important. Just based on... Actually, fuck. I think I fucked up.
Dizzy. Language. What's wrong?
I think I hosted the wrong map.
Oh, it doesn't have landable terrain. All right, let's quit. Let's quit and remake. It's all right. I'm trying to get back into the groove. Major Foobar, we did, which is hilarious, but we didn't specify. But don't worry, going forward, we're going to type it out to everybody. We're going to type it in the chat at least. We had the cannon rule in the rules. We just didn't have for cannon rushes. Within the spirit of the rule, they should have known better. And then it got messy. So, is what it is. Well, if Retro Drunk got banned, he got banned for a good reason. I think I put myself on Do Not Disturb, so I'll go back and see if he can get in. If you win. All right, so we're just rehosting it so only fastest can get in. Only fastest for the only 1v1 fastest that matters right now. Trickster Rickster, that's pretty damn funny. Whenever I say King of the Hill, I think of the TV show as well. So, only fastest map is in chat. He's in our channel, but he's not... I don't know why he's not joining. See if I can go rally him. Oh, that's why. We're gonna let him? All right.
No, you don't have to join. It's just doing a quick
Getting the map
break
for him. Okay. Okay. So he needs to join someone else, right, to get the map downloaded?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I can see if I can create one, right? I just need to make sure that it's also the correct...
All right, now you can join.
Thanks, level up. We'll try. So it's the styler 5.0. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can make it. So we're having issues with only fastest map, the player getting the map. So I'm gonna see if I can make it. But I just have to find it first. And all these crazy ass downloads. It's a good chance to, or a good opportunity, I guess. Get up, use the restroom, maybe grab some snacks, whatever. We all need to. I'll speak for myself. I needed a team timeout anyway for. I guess it should be one of these, but it doesn't say it's the Styler 5.0. But I think this is the one where you can land on the. Nope, I don't know if you can actually. This one looks like you can.
Winner of tournament gets show match versus Legend Hydra. Zach Vankel. I'm a huge Hydra fanboy, so I wouldn't mind seeing that.
I would watch it. Okay, does this look right to you? Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, well, you guys get that figured out. I'm gonna go run to the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. Potty break.
Yeah, so lately BattleNet has been having um, issues after a certain patch where it sort of looks through all of your current downloads, and then it will finally join your game. However, the issue right now is that if you have a huge map download folder, which a lot of players will have, then it'll take forever and your game will just crash.
All right, is he still struggling? If you're there.
Sorry?
Is he still struggling?
No, you can join our game.
Okay. I couldn't find it in my downloads, which is weird. Okay, only fastest map is Terran. Momo GK is Protoss. All right, we're gonna try this again. It's the correct map this time, so they can drop along the terrain if they need to. Let me zoom out a little bit. The top right, we have our reigning king. He's won 3 games in a row with a mild controversy. He is Momo. Then at 6 o'clock, he was unable to get our game or this map downloaded for like 10 minutes, but we got it. He's our yellow Terran, only fastest map. And I guess he plays with Q lol Q, which I think was probably me losing to them a couple times the other day. So actually doesn't really say anything about him because I lose to everybody, so it's fine. But we don't have to try to cast a PvP this time, which there is pros and cons to that because, well, really the only thing that's different is Momo tends to be a lot more aggressive, at least in the last series that we had, essentially a best of 3, as weird as it was, where he gets aggressive versus another Protoss, but then versus Terran, because didn't he do this against Cross as well, where he went Nexus first, and he's about to go Nexus first again.
Yeah, I think that's a great play against Terran. Really, unless the Terran opts for an extremely aggressive, say for instance, forward racks, which would almost always be easily countered by just gateways. I think the Nexus first is almost unpunishable.
Yeah.
With the fact that choke cannons at a choke would pretty much always deter bio. And then you're able to get your tech up so quickly to the point where you can, threaten the whether it be the drop, the DTs, the mass gateway push, whatever it may be.
Mm-hmm. It's a little bit of lost minerals right there. Having cancels gateway, but it's not the end of the world. And I hear you. He has to find him first. Even if he puts his barracks in the middle of the map to attack him, he still has to find him. And unless you're extremely lucky, which is uncommon, especially in a tournament setting, you're probably not going to find him in time to get any real damage to punish it, at least. Unfortunately for only fastest, he's still kind of in a center position. I would say 12 and 6 are my least favorite positions, which I'm sure they're everyone's least favorite positions to ever spawn in, just because you're so exposed on all sides. It's just, and when you play fastest, at least 3v3 on the Korean map, you don't ever spawn at 12 and 6. So even the amount of practice you get there is very little. So Momo does finally get to scout where only fastest spawned, and I wonder if this probe's gonna get out. I think it will. It's going back towards the middle of the map. Wow. Only fastest is being really aggressive about getting this probe. I think he might get it. Nah, he's too tricky. Way too tricky. Especially when
Yeah, I mean, this is a great. Yeah, this is perfectly fine. You're sort of establishing that there's no, weird buildings on the map, and you're making sure that that probe can't potentially do anything else really, like build around, build robotics facilities right next to you. I think we saw that in our last Battle of the Beehive with GG, Easy, and the Walt, where Easy was able to actually sniff it out with, putting the Marines all over the map. So
Yeah.
I think it's a great play. Keeps Momo in his base in the dark. But let's see how he transitions out of it. He has to figure that it is a robotics support or robotics facility play with the cannon at choke. Just naturally, I mean, that's what most Protosses will do after choking their cannon is go for that double nexus. Oh,
Well,
mistake.
well, and I don't think he got far enough in. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think he got far enough in to even see the cannons. I think he is just zoning the middle of the map, kind of going for that map control. Maybe he's watched enough of the games today where he kind of knows, or at least has an idea of what Momo's going for. But if he doesn't, or if he doesn't have a ton of 1v1 experience, then he might just be completely in the dark. It's not the end of the world. He does have a turret up, and he does have the opportunity to build a comsat station if he needs. He's not building a turret at his entrance, which is kind of funny. That's also something that you want. And I wonder if that first turret is a good spot to place it. I know it kind of does give it a wide berth, but usually shuttles, when they come in, the first ones are always at the bottom. It's not even really a nitpick, it's just an observation. He's got to have a reason for putting it there, so I just wonder.
Yeah, I think if maybe he's banking on the shuttle sort of flying from the top all the way down and climbing the wall. But I think really the main purpose that serves is just to have like a gas to funnel through in case he needs to dodge the drops.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
We're seeing virtually a similar build as to what Cross went, except he cross opted for a 5x and a faster start port. In this case, however, we're seeing 4x, no start port yet. And Momo is also going for reverse as opposed to the DT initially, compared to the Cross game. I think that should be a little bit easier to defend for only fastest map, based on just his turret ring right now. And nope, there goes his 5th racks. So
well, not being so close, I think also helps.
Definitely.
Since
right.
it does take a little bit more time. He can't just load up and full send, load up, full send. He does have like some traveling time. That's beneficial. I was wondering when he was going to build his comsat station. I was hoping he was going to build it a little bit sooner just so he could go for the scan, because he really doesn't know what Momo is going for. Like, yes, if he did watch the Cross game, he would have an idea. Okay, how many cannons is this? I just got to make sure. My own little OCD one. Okay. Oh wait, but it doesn't matter because it's TVP. Oh my gosh, I got myself all in a tizzy. Got myself all in a dizzy. All right, so it was just
scanned
like,
the gateway.
is that where the scan?
So you scan the gateway counts, yeah, and then I think rather than just opting for a pressure play, Momo may be just looking to bust, or you have the options with reverse. You can threaten the bust at the choke, or eventually just fly your way down. But
true.
I think sort of having revealed it now, I'm gonna refer to him as Mage. I think Mage will be just much more cognizant that the drop is coming now, considering he revealed it.
Yeah. That, I mean, and again, that's one of the strongest tools that Protoss has. So that's why the turrets are going up. Like, it's going to happen, but now like this is perfect. He's got Marines going back just because now this is the time. The time of him feeling safe in his own base is over, because there's just going to be nonstop drops and harassment. And if he's on top of it, he can stem the shuttles down before they get in. But when he's got like 3 like this, it's going to be tough. And he might do what he did before, which is try to bait the attention at the front of the base while he goes off to the side to get his drops in. And he's got some defenses, but 3 shuttles full is a lot. So I wonder.
Yeah, and he's actually going to be opting for a stronger drop play after this with 4 box facility coming up.
Okay, he's got to target the Reavers. Oh, there goes the first set of Marines. Oh my gosh. The SCVs have ran, but man, these are so efficient. Okay. Really? It's the start of many, and for some reason only 2 shuttles went in, not the 3rd. But that was okay for the Terran. Oh, he's got another drop. What's he gonna do? Target it. Oh, he's gonna get it.
Oh no!
The humanity. He saved like 12. That's why.
But you were wondering why Momo didn't go in with that 3rd is because those 2 initial shuttles wanted to get rid of the turrets, give him that sense of security that everything was over, and then come in with that 3rd. Great play by Momo. Just normally, right, you would expect that you would just throw in all of your shuttles all at once, but he played it patient, waited for his opening and actually then went in. That was great. Great play.
And this probably isn't the case, but usually if I don't go in with the drop, it's because Storm hasn't finished yet. I'm sure Storm was ready, but that was also just another funny thought that I had. I was like, I wonder if Storm just wasn't ready, but what you said makes way more sense. Break down the defenses, make Terran think that Reavers were the drop, and that's it. And then follow up to get all of his SCVs, and it totally worked. And now the real scary drop happens. So he's got to, like, he's partially targeted these down, but I don't think he's even... Okay, he did pull his SCVs. That was really good. Just all Zealots. He did this versus Cross, too, where you go in first with that AoE, and then afterwards you just go in with pure just ground army. And now I'm sure this next shuttle drop that's coming in is going to have... It's like every other, right? Every other will have Reavers and Storm. I do still think that, again, the distance is being very helpful for only fastest, but this is going to get pretty crazy again.
So right now, I think what Momo is doing is playing the long game. He's forcing fastest map to mage to constantly pull, and you'll notice his mineral count is absurdly low. And with the SCVs constantly having to run out, run back in, they're having to face or try to find that new mineral patch. So it's taking much longer for those SCVs to actually saturate properly.
Right.
And he has to recover the marine count, right? Otherwise, he's just not going to be able to defend it. And in doing so, keeps the tank count down, while you'll notice Momo is just constantly expanding with his gateway, with his now like tech with the Stargate. So I think he's slowly opening up the can that will be the finishing blow with the Reavers and the Storms. And great Storm, great Reaver.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know how many kills the Reaver got, but it seemed like the Storm whiffed just a little bit. But I do agree with you. He's up 40 supply. Just a second ago, he's up 50 supply. And yeah, only fastest. He's just kept on. Whoa, 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 whoa. What are you doing? Okay. Again, just another drop. And it really is just keeping. Sorry, what's his actual gamer tag? I was going to say
Mage.
Mage. So he is keeping Mage just off of higher tech. He is keeping it at home. Oh my gosh, the Storm could be really bad.
Let's see the Storm. Oh, even if he doesn't get the SCVs at this point, he is forcing those units basically. And now, if he really wanted to, I'm sure he could come in with 5 shuttles with nothing but Zealots and potentially really outright kill him. I think we're going to see Momo still sort of take it easy and just go for the AoE.
Right.
But I'm sure eventually we'll see him just go for the sort of the mass Zealots to go for the kill.
Dude, even again, these drops are just so relentless, non-stop. And not only that, but he has to kind of separate his SCVs as well. He can't send them all to the same spot. He's like, just, like, what a workout for Terran. Zealots that drop are clearing all the turrets. And
now we're noticing there's no turrets right on the right-hand side, and Mage can't afford it almost. So
that's where he goes.
Eventually he sort of has free reign. And let's see if there's any... Oh, great catch on the Storm. Is that High Templar going to Storm? No? Okay. But it forces a pull, which is already a sort of a win. There's a shuttle down there.
There's 3. There's 3 shuttles. I think only one of them had any units in it, and it might have just been empty as well. It might have unloaded. But you're right, for, like, Momo is almost maxed back at home. He's got a ton of shuttles. He's only sending a few out at a time. He's going to have this massive drop, getting at least 2 upgrades. It's kind of funny, all this long distance gas mining that he's got going on. But yeah, man, it's looking pretty intense. Like you said, he's going to break down the front of the base. He does have a lot of units. Well, I guess just a few.
Oh, wow, great play. He forces the bait on the choke, makes the Marine sort of slightly hesitate and go upward, and he comes in with the drop in the main. He's
kind of missing some opportunities here. He could have gotten all those SCVs, and I wouldn't say it was like a huge mistake, but their supplies are nearly equal now after that engagement. You're right. It was super smart to get him to pull away, but he lost a lot there, and he got very little. He's still in a great spot. Don't get me wrong. Like, he's still very far ahead, but that wasn't the engagement that he needed. He lost a lot of stuff there. Oh my gosh, he just needs to do that like 2 more times. There's another Storm.
Oh, let's see the Storm.
Decent.
The one great thing right now that we can say about Terran, and not to say he's playing badly, is that he really hasn't faced major SCV losses. Granted, Momo isn't letting him get stable, but
Just giving away those shuttles.
if he's able to just really throw the Marines all over the map and eventually just take down the High Templars as they drop, he'll eventually be able to stabilize and potentially push out. Now, will Momo let him do that? Would be the really good question. I mean, he has now a bunch of Reavers that could actually just wipe out, a 12 Marines just off of one hit, even if it dies as soon as it drops. But I think with Mage having really not lost any SCVs, he's in a great spot.
Yeah, I agree with that. He is getting close to max, and he's out of supply. That is very scary. Another thing that he has to be careful of is his siege tanks killing his own SCVs as they try to run away, because I saw there's a little bit of splash damage going on. He actually is starting to have a little bit better vision, but I mean, there's going to be a bust at the front, a big old drop at the back. Oh my gosh, he could storm, and he's got Reavers. What's going on? Where is he? Where is he? He said, oh, that wasn't, okay. So he's trying to break the front, and I don't think he's going to break the front, actually. And if I was Mage, I would go. This is your, I mean, he doesn't get to see what we see, but he's on parity with supply. He's held 100 of these drops. I'd leave a good squad or two at home, maybe just one squad. Look at that, Protoss just opened up the front door for you. I think, like, if you want to wait for 25 more supply, you're welcome to, but he's going to get supply block too. I mean, how flustered, like, does it feel to be his Terran to be constantly dropped like this? So even if he is...
Great snipe on the shuttles right there. Granted, he is... Yeah. So normally what would happen is Protoss just constantly whittles away with you, and you're forced to address the fact that you lose turrets, you lose your depots in the choke, and you have to constantly run your SCVs. Fastest map, or Mage, however, has been doing a great job just taking it slow and just slowly building back what he loses. So he's not panicking, and I think it would sort of be a bad idea to move out right now. You do want to still stabilize back at home, so that way, if they counter drop, you're still not dead while you're pushing out. So I think he's taking a great play right now, just taking it slow, potentially getting 3-2 for your upgrades so that your tanks are even more effective. So Momo sort of is actually on a timer now, where he may have to opt for carriers or really have a devastating drop.
Which he is going to work towards is carriers. So he does have a plan past this, and he's got money to fund it too. I don't think we've seen a Terran in this game even have a bank, but you are right. And I think he probably will just keep slowly transitioning into mech anyway. It's just about getting there. And he's done a really great job at rebuilding a lot of these turret lines as well, as he's had money for it. Like, he's got plenty of money now. Oh my gosh, the follow-up drop. I hope he's taking
Here comes the second drop. Oh, are there a Reaver? Is there any Reavers, or is there any High Templars? Here's the High Templar. Can it get the storm off?
It did get. It got a few. It got a.
But the nice juicy meaty SCVs survive it.
That's true. It's true. And again, it's Terran is up in supply. This doesn't usually happen. That one, it'd be crazy if that shuttle in the back had like 1 or 2 zealots, because you could just drop it right on top of those SCVs and they would all be gone. But at least he's got free vision. There is a point where you do start to give away. All right, now he's deciding to move out. So he's compromised with what both of us said, where I said go right now, and then you said don't go. He's like, I'll just wait for one more big drop and then I'll go. He's left a lot of siege tanks and a lot of Marines, and this is a very scary, dangerous push at the front of his base, but he does have to be ready. He is. Okay, so he's watching. He just has to, I hope he can, like, he doesn't have an EMP right there, but he might on this other.
Is there any Reavers? Oh no, there's no Reavers right now. There's no immediate impact, and I don't think these drops are actually dropping accordingly, and he's getting busted down in the choke. I think this may be the beginning of the end, unless he's able to somehow get Reavers out and drop on top of the tanks. He has such great defense, and right now Mage could potentially unsiege all of his tanks back at home and come, because Protoss has to defend.
Yep.
He's gonna have to sort of.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
He's gonna have to sort of rely on sort of the scumbag way. I think he's making I wonder if he's making scouts right now or carriers because he needs units right now, and carriers may take too long unless he's actually planning on delaying until carriers can potentially come out.
Right. Like, Mage really does need to move fast, but this is the most he's got. Okay, he finally has a medic, which I was just thinking, like, he didn't have any medics, so every stim really does hurt. And this, just to build off of what you were saying, this is his chance to really pounce on Protoss. And if he does give Protoss too much time, he could have, what is this, like seven-ish carriers out of nowhere, and that can.
He's just
potentially
scouted
kill
it.
this. Did he
He
scan
just
it?
scanned it. I wonder if he's gonna unsiege some of his tanks and just send them over there. But yeah, right now we're seeing Momo delay for as long as he possibly could with all these cannons, which is a right play. You're not really dead until your minerals are gone, right?
Right, and he's got a lot of minerals. I mean, he could do the... Oh, I missed a storm. Actually, I got back just in time. So he could do the Protoss thing and start expanding around the map and just really drag this out while he builds up his carrier fleet to go attack. But it's not a low money map. Like, Terran would be able to respond to it eventually. This is an amazing push. He weathered the storm. I should say many storms. And I wonder if these shuttles have anything in them or if he's just trying to free up supply. I do think it's two things. What you said was very true, which is if Terran moves out, Protoss can drop your main, and then if they hold your attack, then that's it.
Oh,
My gosh.
here comes the tanks getting ever so close to the mineral line.
Yeah.
And as soon as they get there, we're going to see the beginning and the end. The carriers are done, but he's supply blocked. So we're probably not going to see any more. And with all these Marines, I don't know exactly how effective the interceptors will be.
I think it's going to be he's got like a two-prong attack that he can try to hold with, which is drop at the same time that you, never mind. Okay, I was gonna say try to just drop while you, oh my gosh, this Nexus is not long for this world. Terran's a little bit slow to respond, but I know he's got a lot going on, so there's like no judgments there. I think he's done it. Like, I have thought that he's done it for the past few minutes, but you really never know because there's like some Protoss magic you can kind of will out. I think now's the time to pull back and rebuild your interceptors. Attacking with a couple interceptors popping out at a time isn't going to do it for you. He's not supply blocked anymore. He technically is, but he's not in the red anymore. Dude, Terran's maxed. He's at your main. He is starting to build some pylons where his carriers are at, but like, dude, he set up shop, dude.
Terran is solidifying his win, and I think we're going to see him eventually tap out with his Nexus down. No more probes. Turrets are almost, you know, it's gonna take forever to break through in his main, and you were seeing Wraith transition with no box facility. I think we're seeing a new king about to come up. And we're seeing a Nexus at 12, so Momo is willing to fight through this, which I am all for because it's not like he doesn't have the money to fight through. However, I don't see his carriers lasting, you know, a long time with these Wraiths coming up.
Right, and that's why I was giggling, because I was going to say he's doing it. He's going for a Nexus, but what he should have done is built the Nexus. Oh no, he's going to lose that probe. He should have built the Nexus and then ran that probe out to like 11 o'clock. Is
he going to lose a probe?
I think he is.
Oh.
So now he's got to wait for his Nexus to finish before he can really do anything. And like you said, as soon as, if he doesn't have it already, he just needs to wait for Cloak, and then guess he doesn't even have to do that. He could just go in just wave after wave after wave with these Wraiths because he's the one now who's got time on his side, and he's got the Manor CC.
That's great.
I freaking love it. Oh my gosh.
Here's the Wraiths, here's the Cloak, there's no observers, and these carriers, and the EMP,
Just
and
for
these
good measure.
carriers. GG.
There it is.
Great way of holding on by Mage.
Yeah.
That was a great play.
There was a new king just birthed before our very eyes. And, you know, really, like, aside from me not having the rules set up like I needed to, and I'm not just going to keep talking about it, I have a reason for bringing it up again this time, which is, like, I believe personally that Momo played really good today, and so it was cool to watch his reign, and like not an addendum, but just after that, it's also really cool to see a Terran win, because I think this is the first. Is this the first Terran win in a Battle
I think
of the
this is the
Beehive?
first Terran king, yeah.
That's why I'm like, when we're just watching, I don't really feel like I'm too biased. I want to say I don't feel like I'm biased at all, but I'm sure some of it comes through a little bit. So I try to manage it the best that I can. But I'm a little overly excited because we actually have a Terran win out of like 30, almost 30 games.
Yeah, right. This would be the 25th or 26th game, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's
Yeah.
exciting. I'm excited to have a Terran King, even if it ends up being short-lived. Hopefully, it's not. I want to see a Terran do well. I want to see a Zerg do well too. I want to see all three races. And anyway, we just had a lot of Protoss, and it's fine. So GG's to Momo. And I didn't mention this at the beginning, but our prize pool went up to $200, by the way, instead of 150. So he won $60, and that's really not that bad. So that's pretty damn good. I meant to save all these replays, and I missed the ones that we needed, so now I'm reminded of. That I need to save them.
They'll automatically get saved.
I tried to watch one, and it didn't work. So I was just doing this for a second so I can move our... We're just going to do this. We're going to do that. And then we are probably just going to turn this zealot on, turn this zealot off, and I got to move some stuff around, and then I'll be ready to host, or at least join your game. So is Beagster here? I believe he's next.
Yes.
Oh, and he's random. Right?
Right.
I have him as green, so he's random. Okay. This is interesting. I like this. We might actually see a Zerg today, you guys. So give me just 1 second. It shouldn't be so as much as it is. So 1 sec. Okay, let's put only fastest map over here. Let's put the zealot up here. And I guess I can get rid of the other zealot. The old Zedlot. Let's move our Zergling. This, and this. And hilariously enough, I need to take this Marine one. Move him over here. Since we don't know who he's going to be yet, I'm just going to put all three little icons right here. And then as soon as we know, I will turn it off. All right, if you
can join my game.
are ready, I'll join. So I don't know much about Hydra. I take it Hydra plays Terran though, right? Based off what chat's saying?
No, Hydra plays Zerg.
Oh, okay. All right. So on the left, he's Zerg! 9
Yeah!
o'clock, we've got a Zerg! Hallelujah! And then on the right, we have our new king, Terran, only fastest map. Or wizard, right? Or something?
Crazy mage.
Crazy mage. Wizard mage. He should just put what he is, dang it. Okay. Now that we know, I'm going to adjust this real quick. Let's put these guys all together, and then what I'll do is I will just get rid of the extra Marine, and then... Dang it, all these little things that I have to keep track of. Okay. It's a little off, but it's fine. All right. So, what do we even say? Feels like I haven't seen a Zerg in like 40 years.
Yeah, I feel like creep is almost so foreign to me. I think just to explain, commonly you'll see Zerg offer a hatchery at the choke, just so that there's, you know, slightly less areas to, or less surface area to defend.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, if you see, or normally if the Terran knows that, you know, they're playing as a Zerg, they usually offer a command center opening. But with him not knowing and going for a 3 racks opening, we may see Baxter go for a pretty greedy build after putting down 3 Sunkens. Because he won't be able to punish him as, or because Mage won't be able to punish him as hard in the mid game.
Right.
Since Baxter knows that he's Terran, but Mage doesn't.
That's
Right,
it.
we don't see Terran, or we don't see Zerg too often, even in our
Oh my
previous
gosh.
Battle of the Beehives.
How lucky
Uh,
is that?
right, so I'm excited to see how well Baxter plays, considering he has sort of what many would consider the inferior race.
Dude, he's just going straight for a bunker too. That's hilarious. And there's already a Marine.
Mm-hmm.
So that I was just gonna build off what you're saying, which is that Mage didn't know what he's going up against. It could have been Terran or Protoss, and if it was Protoss, things get real crazy. Dude, I can't believe he saw that. The bunker went down instantly, and he's gonna be able to hide the Marine and the SCV if he wants inside this bunker, and then oh my gosh, those Zerglings need to get on the other side of the bunker so that they can catch those Marines coming in, right? Or do you just want to save them at this point? Is this all about just trying to just buy as much time as you can for your Sunks to finish? I guess they will finish.
Yeah, really the Lynx can go ahead and kill the SCV. Really, this isn't gonna honestly do a lot, especially with that second sunken finishing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's don't get me wrong, it could be effective if Baxter wasn't, you know, on top of his game, but it was more or less just to force that sunken as quickly as possible and potentially get him to panic. But it was never really meant to sort of kill that hatchery.
Well, it worked on me. I was ready to panic. I was like, oh shit, your hatch just barely finished. You're like, don't even have your sunks down yet. If he could have targeted the creep colonies, then all he needs to do is get it just right under 100. He could have targeted them down. But it's still good because, well, this Marine Force is pretty damn scary. It did get him to make lings instead of drones. So like you were mentioning before, he couldn't be as greedy as he maybe could have been before if Mage didn't just get so damn lucky. It's the first time we get like a first scout. Like the first scout that you do is the first base that they're at, especially with a random. So that's pretty unlucky. But even then, when I say that, I already said it earlier, it's just like cross scout's not abnormal. We talked about it before, and you kind of want to scout the middle of the map in case anyone's proxying, because that's some shiz we've seen today as well. But I mean, so far so good, right? Zerg gets to keep building. He's already going up to lair. He's building his next hatchery, and Terran conversely is just controlling center. Not really. I guess he's teching up into factory as well. That's pretty normal. I think it'll be the equivalent of SK Terran, just a lot of bio and maybe some science vessels, or I guess the double factory would
Right.
he's probably
Yeah,
just pump a lot
the
of
machine.
tanks.
Yeah, I mean, normally if we do see a starport, it'd be after. There would always be at least one tank, simply because I mean you'd want to offer to or threaten to push the choke while dropping, right? The drops in this map is so strong. However, it looks like in his instance, he just wants to go for a more a stronger initial push, and then eventually offer probably irradiates later. Um,
Okay.
I think right now the question is Baxter gonna you know, sort of go crazy hive where he may go straight into hive, or I'm sorry, crazy Zerg if he goes straight into hive, or if he decides to go for a lurker play where he sort of stabilizes, maintains his defense, and then eventually work his way up. And it looks like we're seeing the lurker alternative.
It's a good link scout. I guess we can't assume anything, but I would imagine he saw the two factories, and if not, he at least saw the siege tank, so he knows. And that was pretty cool that he built that engineering bay on location just to get it there that little bit quicker, and he is pushing the front. This is, okay, so this is bringing back memories. This is kind of what you do. I saw the Protoss equivalent of this, where, excuse me, you just start breaking it down as the Terran of the Protoss, and then as the Zerg, you just keep building a bigger and bigger ring of sunken colonies behind each row as they just slow push. And in doing so, you're buying yourself time, which it does look like it's going to be Hive, by the way. You're just trying to buy yourself time for the
Right.
tech that you need to
Yeah,
survive
this
long
is
term.
yeah, this is reminiscent of sort of DeWalt's game against RGB in the very first Beehive, where DeWalt was pushing in with his Reavers and RJB was primarily stalling to not only get lurkers up but also to go for a doom drop. So we may see something along the lines of that, where Byexter is just trying to hold on for as long as he can while he maybe techs to Hive. We're seeing a sort of a delayed Hive, even though his Queen's Nest been done for a while, but the lurkers should be able to keep him alive for the time being. But great science facility timing for Mage so that he'll have science vessels out. And honestly, there's less lurkers than I thought there would be, so I think we may potentially see. Oh no!
my
What is going
gosh,
on?
This is
What is
brutal.
going on?
It's not even.
Oh,
They're not even hold
no.
position. That was just. That just
That was
hurt.
rough. That was rough. That's not game breaking to the point where Zerg can push him, but it will definitely delay Mage's push a lot more than
Yeah.
intended.
It slowed him down a whole heck of a lot. Like I was just waiting for the science vessel because it's totally the dun da 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 da. This is. All right, he's going in. Usually you want to lead with the. Don't you want to lead with the lings? But okay.
No, you want to lead with the lurkers because
Protect the lings,
they have.
I guess.
So normally, because lings are faster, they'll eventually swoop in and cover the marines anyways. And the
Okay.
lurkers also obviously have more hit points, so they can tank a little bit more.
That's sick.
Otherwise your lings would just get shredded, and then your lurkers would be buried behind them and die. But that was a great timing to push out as the science vessel is coming in. But now with Irradiate almost done, and there's nothing for Byexter to defend against the eventually Irradiate. So I'm surprised he didn't throw down a Spire earlier, just for the sake of
Right.
getting the Scourges.
The
But
supply block.
yeah.
By the way.
right, and the later Hive is just gonna hurt him now with the fact that the Filers are just so much slower.
Right. I think either move these lurkers back, or I think we're at the what do they say, the twilight of this game. This game's about to sunset on us, because I think if I were to, like I said, some of my stuff has kind of just been a little bit off. He doesn't have enough. I guess he's just trying to scare him into thinking that he had a radiate. I believe, or what it feels like to me, is he's building too many units, or he didn't drone enough, because his tech really was late. Like the strategy was there, but it was just a little late, and I don't think those are
Rady Racer, GG.
Yeah, GG.
Well played by Mage. Really, almost a perfectly played game on his part, minus the walking into lurkers. But
Oh, for sure.
yeah, sort of well played.
As they say, the brightest stars burn out the fastest. Our one Zerg game didn't even go 10 minutes.
Looks like you're actually not loud enough. You may have to lower my volume and increase yours.
Okay, well, generally it's been the opposite. So I'll crank my own volume up a little bit. I would rather you be a little bit louder anyway, because I can fix mine in post. But okay, I cranked mine up. I mean, I can turn yours down just a little, but I don't want to mess with it too much, because it tends to, you touch it a little bit and it's like a heavy swing. So I'll just go down just a little bit on yours. I went up pretty good on mine, a little bit on yours. All right, so I got to check real quick. GG to Beagster. Thank you for playing. That was cool. All right, so now we're going to have a TVT. Who would have thought?
Right, so I think it may be possible that Easy is unable to play. He told me earlier that he may be unavailable, and so we may have to go into Terror.
Okay.
But we'll give Easy the 5 minutes, I suppose, and see if maybe he's able to play, but otherwise we can move on to Terror.
I thought that Terror was up next. I thought I had it in order. I thought GG Easy is like, he's 2 games away.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, yes. Okay.
I was about to crap my pants. I was like, I swear to God, I left this exactly as we had it yesterday. as I'm kind of getting this set up, just another GG to both Beagster and Mage. It's hard for me to remember that. I think he gave it a valiant effort, and there's even some pretty good like signs of life too. That was just, it was a tough hold, and it was unlucky that he got scouted so fast. And not to say, right, like Mage, I keep wanting to say only fastest. Mage really did take every opportunity, so I'm not taking away from him either, by saying like if a scout was lucky or whatever. I think we know what I'm trying to say at this point, but I'm still just gonna keep being this way anyway. Now I just gotta make sure that King has got 2. It's just shit happens, man. It's StarCraft. Yeah, I think he held as best as he could. That's just a really strong push. All right, so I got to message Terror because I don't see him in
He's in the
our
channel.
He is?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Let's see. How did he say his thing was going to be? Okay, there he is. It just gets a little wonky. All right.
Wow, our first PVT.
Do you think it is maybe ever? Do you think we've ever had a
Yeah, it is
TVT
ever.
before?
Mhm.
Oh my gosh. We're
Definitely not.
breaking records today. Okay. At the top right. Dude, he is our ladder hero. And he's from Peru, right?
Correct.
He is Terror. Nothing more anticlimactic than me just like asking questions at the beginning. All right. Then at 3 o'clock, he's on a terror so far. It's only fastest map or Mage. Whew, okay.
Terror, in case anyone needs to be introduced to Terror, is the great Peruvian S-level Terran who plays along the likes of Snow, the Korean pro, and other commonly known, foreign StarCraft figures. So I'm super excited to see him, how he does in fastest. I've seen him play occasionally, both on SCW and this map, or the SCW map and this map. So he's no stranger. Super pumped to see exactly how his multitasking will hold up here.
CC first. Holy cow. You know who also does stuff like this? Jumper when he plays. And he's also another like S tier. So I was going to say I put Terror along the lines of like DeWalt is how I see him. And I also see Jumper like that too. And Jumper's one that went like Nexus first a lot. And it didn't always work. And then here we see Terror going first, CC first. And I mean, usually I see players go clockwise scouts, not necessarily counterclockwise. So I don't know. I would see only fastest or Mage. Sorry, I'd see him going to maybe 5 o'clock, and he could potentially scout Terror last. Usually, at least even just based off of today, they don't wait that long because obviously to just go in a circle and be that late on a scout would be just devastating. So they will send like a Marine or a second SCV or something. And this actually, dude, Mage might be getting lucky again because we got an SCV coming out. They didn't cross paths. Okay. So Terra is going to go for counterclockwise, and then Mage is going to do the same thing as before, go straight across to 9 o'clock, and then I imagine you think it'll be like, what, 6 and 12 again?
Yeah, it's almost
going
it
to
should
1.
almost always be the side 12, 6, 9, 3 positions that you scout first again because it just takes faster to scout them, or it's faster to scout them. Oh, okay,
Right.
I was about to say he was backing away.
Yeah.
Interestingly,
He done
though,
synced
he's
it.
going for a bio opening mages, and while he is able to put on the early pressure, eventually, I'd imagine most people that are watching with this know the mech will eventually scale out higher than bio would.
Yeah.
Now he is threatening a moderate attack right here, which could
Right.
potentially end the game. But
He's
if
rallying
he's able to
really well,
survive,
too.
yeah, if he's able to survive, then Terror would be able to win. But okay, so this is the start of something that's potentially dangerous. We're gonna see if he puts down a bunker here, which he is.
He
Great,
needs
but
to.
is
This
he
is
gonna throw
real
down
scary.
another barracks maybe just to potentially hope to survive? If that factory finishes with TR20, he should be able to potentially micro out of this, and he starts to vulture immediately as he should. Is that bunker gonna finish? He needs to pray that that bunker finishes. That bunker is this saving lifeline right there.
So
Oh
one
no!
thing, I don't know if Terra does know. Well, he sort of knows. I was gonna say I don't know if Terra knows that you can stack your workers on this one and really tank it out. Oh my gosh, he's losing.
That vulture's out.
He's losing a lot of SCVs. Jesus, this might be it. I think.
I think this is it. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Oh
Good
my
game.
gosh.
Great play by Maze just to go for that early attack.
Sheesh. Well, that's insane, and I guess that's why you go bio. I feel a little bad because I wanted to see what Terror had planned. But damn, I guess you just gotta be ready for that. That was nuts. That was nuts.
That was quite the play. It was bold, knowing it. You know that Mech would be obviously a much better play against a Terran player, but he risked it for the biscuit really, and then it paid off considering he went command center first with a factory opening.
True. True. Like, they both went for risks, and if Terror even had 15 seconds, 30 seconds, it would have been totally different. That first bunker would have been up. He might have been able to get the second bunker up. He would have had 1 to 2 vultures. That was danga. That was fast.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope that we see Terror again. And good try. And I think, again, I know he's way better at the game than I am. So I think that would work. It's just that, shit, not that time. That was, like, to be able to have that killer instinct to be like, okay, I went in, bunker didn't finish. I'm going to keep sending Marines. He only had 1 Marine. Keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. And then a thing that might have helped too, he didn't have any other units on the map that could spot like a mineral patch for him. But if he did, he could have sent his SCVs out in a clump and then told them all to attack. And that also would have at least given him more of a fighting chance. I'm not going to say that it would have, like, he would have lived, but he would have at least had a chance. So, are you in the lobby?
Yes.
Okay. Before we start, I just want to fix it really quick. Man, I'm still happy that he participated, and I do hope that we see him again. I hope it's the other Marine.
Right. The fact that he spawned so closely also played a major part in that. Yeah. Obviously, the less travel distance or the less rush distance. Again, assuming he either was able to get the bunker up or was able to sort of mitigate the Marines with that vulture or the factory opening, he was most likely gonna be taking the game. But again, I think that was a great play by Mage that he risked it really, and it paid off for him.
Yeah. He has turned into the true dark horse of the tournament, where I know we're hyping up Dankri, and I still think that Dankri will do really well. But I just didn't know anything about Mage at all, and he barely answered any of the questions. I know I've said this before, so that I just didn't have anything to go off of about this person. He was just a mystery. So good on him. And good on him for giving us multiple Terran games, too.
All right, we're gonna see our beloved
Reminder.
first Korean player, first in Korea Korean player.
Okay, I was going to say. All right, at 6 o'clock, we have our so far undisputed king. He is Terran. He's again at 6, and his name is Mage. Or what is his full? It doesn't matter. At 9 o'clock, which it sucks. He does kind of have that crappy spawn again, like his first match. Then at 9 o'clock, we have our Teal Protoss. It's Dinkri. Dink, 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 dink. So, anyway, I'll speak for myself. I'll actually include both of us, and then I'll just speak for myself. We are going to try to not be biased, but we both love Dankri. He's awesome. He'll play with us sometimes. He does, which I guess I'll go through every player that maybe gave us some info on themselves so that we can also hype them up a little bit in their streams, because that was something that we wanted to do. He just helps out another Korean StarCraft Brood War fastest player, Do July, which I think is really good. And he's also really popular. Not that I think the good part is much cooler than the popular part, but I guess those two kind of work in tandem. And I'll talk a little bit about it. So anyway, and how he works with them is he'll do like translations and stuff for his videos, but he's also very active. And I was only able to catch the tail end of one game of Dankri versus Cross yesterday, and I guess out of the 6 games that they played, he didn't win any of them. So he wasn't feeling super confident about his abilities, but Cross did say he was close to winning the last 2 games, and this is just all whatever, take it as a grain of salt, but I remember hearing when, like we hear about in ASL or GSL, some players, when they go through practice like the day before or a few days before and they lose a lot, they have a tendency to play really well in the tournament. And maybe it has something to do with, like, again, this is just me, I would think maybe it helps like your focus, and it kind of is obviously it's the opposite of giving you confidence because you lost a lot, so you're maybe a little bit more careful, you're more on top of things. So might be inconsequential, but he did have a lot of good practice yesterday, we'll say.
We're seeing a very slow and delayed scout from Dankri, and so he still doesn't really know where Mage is, whereas Mage is simultaneously looking all over the map, but he has 3 separate scouts, so eventually he will find him, but Dankri is definitely going to take a lot longer.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we are seeing sort of a traditional build from Dankri, where you go for the very fast tech with the cybernetics core. I'm sure he's going to eventually throw down the robotics facility with those 2 gases. And then same thing with Mage, pretty traditional build, 3 racks academy, probably going to throw down a command center, and then 2 more barracks.
Yeah, I think at one point in the first game he had up to 6 barracks. Not that it necessarily matters. We'll see what he does this game. But yeah, this looks almost exactly the same as his first game that we watched him. I know in just about 30 seconds or so, we'll probably see the eBay, and he should start his next CC in the next few seconds. Probably start teching up just a little bit. Since he ran into cannons, he really doesn't know what Dankri is going for. Like you said, it is pretty standard. But Mage doesn't know that. And this is, I wonder if someday we'll ever see Terrans try to fly a barracks just for shits and giggles into the Protoss base, because he's close. So he could have flown one in and then just try to get some, because when I look at Dankri's base, there's no cannon there. I don't know how many Protoss end up putting cannons there when they're just filling safe, essentially. Like, they just got to protect the front. They got that protected. It's like, shoot, some fire bats. I know it's like a pretty lowbrow move. It's like a gold league or a bronze league hero type move. I think it could potentially work someday. Anyway, there's a lot of posturing going out in front of Dankry's base. I don't think it really means anything, but he could pounce. I think he'd get obliterated. Oh shit, there he goes.
Definitely forcing him to build the cannons, which, with the build that Denkri's going for is he is going for the attack. I don't think this will necessarily work though, even with the 3 cannons.
If the 3 Marines didn't run off, it might have been a little bit more successful. I was wrong.
Let's see how this does. Yeah, he did kill the cannons,
right.
but yeah, there's not much sort of juice after that.
It's because those 3 Marines ran down. If they didn't run down, I think he would have broken the front. He probably still would have got cleaned up eventually, but go ahead.
Right. Yeah, but he did see the rocks facility, so it probably sort of confirms what he was assuming. I mean, this is again sort of the standard to go for after choking, putting cannons at your choke. Go for the double nexus, tech into a box facility. Get your Templar archives, get your Stargate, and then eventually transition to Doom drops. We're not seeing a total prepared base in Mage's base, and the downside about going for that sort of bust is that you lose sort of a control group of Marines where could be used to help protect yourself. But now he's gonna want to make sure he's extra careful with these Marines, more so than how other players would if they had a separate control group. But
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to play out similar to how the Momo game played, where we'll see, Dangry pretty much trying to get the SCVs and Mage stall and pretty much trying to defend for as long as he can until he has a maxed out army.
And in Mage's defense as well, I do think when he busted Protost's front, because we were talking about how it took away some of his drop defense, but it also slowed Dankry down, because Dankry just had to kind of go into not necessarily panic mode, but he had to put out some fires. He had to rebuild his cannons and make sure that he stayed alive. So he might have built some extra zealots, and even then he lost 2 or 3. So that's enough to slow his drops down if he wanted to. Because he at one point I don't think he had any, or he just had 1. Like, he lost everything and then 1 built. Oh, is he gonna? Do they call this a bulldog when he's just gonna go in with his zealots and then try to drop the reavers on top? He stopped now. But I thought that's what that was called.
The supply depot is zealot tight, so the zealot wouldn't be able to run in.
Right.
And it wouldn't be able to take down the depot fast enough for the Marines to mow it down. So
he needs like
maybe
1 or 2
he
more
could.
Shuttles.
Right. If he has another shuttle with reavers, he could potentially threaten the choke, busting the choke, while going in for a drop. But I think right now, if he loses the reaver and he doesn't do enough damage, he could just get pushed and die. So
yeah.
The ball is in Protost's court, but you at the same time don't want to throw away every single unit.
Yeah, you don't want to be too wasteful. That's kind of what ended up happening to Momo, is he was going for drops and he did them so much that eventually it equalized, because he was just losing too many units even though he had a lot of money. And then Mage was able to build up. When he got to that point, that was just kind of it. He just went for that big old 1 punch. So I think, I don't know what's going on with these zealots. I don't know. I think they're stuck to the shuttles as well. But where it stands now, I don't think that Mage is going to see it. This is scary, actually. If he goes in, oh, okay, now he sees it. They're coming down. He's got to run all of his SCVs away. I don't know if he's going to target very well. Get him. Get him.
So those reavers didn't do much, unfortunately. He did bust down the 2 depots, so it is going to force Mage to rebuild them. Or he could just, look to actually bust it down with zealots. But yeah, that drop was less than ideal. It didn't do much other than forcing a SCV pull, which isn't worth how much he invested in that.
Yeah, it was a lot of shuttles and a lot of units, especially those Reaver, those tech units, for not a lot of payoff. One thing, though, is that Mage does go for a later comsat station. I wonder if it would have like if he followed it up with DTs. If he was watching the base and saw that there wasn't very many turrets, especially right here at the core, he could have gone for something like a DT drop. But again, by the time it gets there, the comsat station is there. I was wondering, at least at the time, if it was going to be continually neglected, and if that was going to be the case, there's potential. But he buttoned that up. Another really big drop. You know, what'd be interesting too is to see some like hallucinated drops right through the top. I know that the turrets would probably detect that, but just seeing those red dots, you would start to move your army down and then try to break the front. Mage is really good, man. He just has just enough of what he needs. He's kind of got a position in each spot. Dankry, however, is also doing really good. His vision's well. He's got pylons on each side of the base. It's funny that Marine's just chilling up there. So I think both are powering up well. I don't see... He's got 3 forges. He's not upgrading out of all of them. Just +1 attack. +1 attack for Terran.
I think eventually what Dankry should opt to, or potentially implement. This is so many Marines. Great double-sided. That got a lot of Marines, but any SCVs... Oh, that Reaver could have gotten a decent amount of SCVs, but... Fat Storm right there. What I was going to say is, eventually, if these drops don't pan out, which not to say it won't, you will want to delay the Terran's push while they're coming up. So you'll want to throw down pretty much infinite number of cannons at the main to hold and delay. These pylons at the around the base is great, but ultimately it serves almost it doesn't serve a big purpose, as Terran is content right now sitting still and just absorbing the drops while he maxes.
Right. And they're on supply parity too, so this also is looking kind of spooky for Dankry. Like these drops have... You really do invest a lot as Protoss into these drops, not just minerals, but gas and technical units as well. So, and each time that he doesn't at least clear out a clump of these Marines, it's just one less thing that he has to do. So then it just... If you don't slow him down anywhere... Okay, here we go. It might work this time. I don't know. They're kind of getting targeted down. SCVs are long gone.
Let's see how the storms are. So the storm misses, unfortunately. There was only one storm that came with it, or one storm that was able to come out.
Yeah.
He's macroing okay behind this Dankry is. What I would like to see now, considering he has to know that the damage isn't ideal, is throw down additional gateways at 3 o'clock and eventually force a flank if Terran were to push out, attack from both sides. I think these drops may be something that he'll have to abandon if it's not working.
Right.
Or he'll have to just...
Go ahead.
Sorry, what were you going to ask?
I was just going to ask you, what do you think about just cannons and gateways in the middle of the map? I know we've saw DeWalt do that in the past. Maybe even if it was just cannons to help slow down whatever push, because he's max, he's got 5,000 minerals, so he can do it. It's mostly just about APM at this point. But here we go again. Is this going to be like lucky number 4? This Templar's been sitting for a long time. He could storm.
Let's see if there's a storm.
Oh man,
I don't know. I don't think he knew that storm was there.
He's got another one too. He's got a guy right here. Oh. The idea is there, but he's missing some key opportunities, I think. And it's not over yet, but that was like, I think that was the drop. He had 2 Templar out that had maybe 3-ish seconds, which is an eternity when you're going for something like this. And they just didn't get out. So he's still got more drops. He still has tons of money. Surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, depending on how you look at it, Terran is... Dude, he's going to go for the kill drop now, or the kill attack move. Oh my gosh, he's still got a ton of Marines.
The difference here... Oh, let's see how this storm do. Let's see how the storms do.
Okay, those were really good.
Decent storms, nice. So now he's left with about a control group and a half. The difference here is that the Terran mech is not as heavily upgraded, and that he seems to have much more supply in bio as opposed to tanks versus the Momo game. Now, the difference also is that Dankry does not have as many cannons and or units to particularly defend. So
he needs to storm. He's got all these Templar out front. Storm.
Nice storm. Definitely a defendable push, I think. And if he storm or if he just delays long enough and or has some great storms, uh, but the close rush distance is gonna make for a huge hassle. And the fact that he didn't have mid cannons, you know, he's able to just walk up there almost and just you know, get comfortable.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm feeling deja vu, except this happened a lot faster because his drops weren't as good as Momo's. Like Momo kept Terran kind of beat down for a really long time. Terran had to really crawl his way out of it, whereas Terran didn't take nearly as much economic damage this time. We see Dankree's building some gateways on the other, like at 7 o'clock, and he might even start building at 5 o'clock and things like that. But he's got to fix his rally. This DT that's coming out is just going to get obliterated. If anything, he needs to build a few Corsairs and just try to target down that science vessel immediately. But Mage is bringing his some SCVs finally. He didn't bring a whole stack like he did against Momo, but like it's enough. I think again the ideas are there. Even when he goes to drop on this Terran army, I'm sure he's got like one more big like drop attack on it. I wish he would undo his rallies as well. Yeah, I can see he's starting to gateway up on both sides. So I mean, there's still other potential here, but he needs to. It's just those storms, getting those storms out as soon as they pop, or I don't know what you need to do to get rid of the science vessel because he's just got full vision, and these. Yeah, those Corsairs are just going to run right into the enemy. GG.
That was, I think, a clinic put on by Mage. His defense was great. I mean, he caught, or he managed to stay on top of all the drops. Didn't get sort of blindsided by any of them. And I think Dankrey put in a valiant effort, but Mage was able to sort of, you know, show how a Terran should be defending against their drops.
I agree, and I think it's almost like he's powering up or getting more comfortable as he plays more and more of these games, and I think that also aided with how well he was able to just counter those. And like I really do think that Dankree's mechanics were great. He was doing the right things at the right times. It's just a few of those, like they're crucial, like getting those storms off is super important, or how the drop ships weren't just dropping as well as they needed to be. And honestly, it's kind of what happened against Cross last night too. And I know that that's something that's super easy to fix. And so I hope that everyone who's played today plays again. But there's just only a few little things that could go a lot differently for him too. They're mentioning in the comments too, more gateways and things like that. Like, yeah, he could have done what you did or had said, which was go to, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, built more gateways at 3 o'clock. He started to build them at 7, and at 5, he just needed them sooner if he's going to obviously try to hold that big push.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick.
So looks like Easy, unfortunately, is not able to play. So the next player would be Herbmon, and it may be possible that Herbmon is also not able to play.
Okay.
But
Like
we'll give Herbmon the 5 minutes, but we may have to reach out to the next player just in case.
Okay. So I take it GG Easy's just done? Like he can't play.
Well, right, yeah, he explicitly said that he couldn't play. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, well, let's see if Gavita is still around. I'll try to, while we've got this downtime, I'll message him and see if we can bring him in, and hopefully Herbmon's still around as well.
Well, Herbmon would be next, regardless of if Gavita's around, right?
Right.
And then it'd be DeWalt.
Thought I had. This is why if you sign up and you're put in as a spare, you're probably not going to be a spare. Not to like, I don't want to overly get his hopes up, but I know me and you were talking kind of on the just before this, even like last night, and being like, well, we'll just assume that one or two people can't play at least. So just like keep him in mind. And that's why I was so active about making sure that he's on everything. Whoops, let's do this. Oh, whoops, I guess I'll just come back then. Is he? Okay. So GG, easy. So we've got Urbmon, and then, which I meant to thank him earlier, by the way, for hosting the channel. So we have Urbmon, and then DeWalt. We might have a team kill coming up here pretty quick if Mage can hold on.
Team kill.
Because, oh no, sorry, I was thinking of Momo. Sorry, Momo's out. Salamander plays. So, Salamander, if you're still around, when I stream normally, usually Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursdays, I play 3v3 fastest. I doubt he's still here, but if he is by any means, then every so often we have an event like this when we fund it, and it's to do a Battle of the Beehive, and this is strictly 1v1 King of the Hill. We would have liked to have done 3v3s, but to try to herd that many cats would be like impossible. And yeah, so this is to stay within tradition, at least of the first 3 Battle of the Beehives. If we have any new signups, just like with Gavita, we would rather put them into rotation than doing rematches. And I think I want to say that me and you agreed on this, Dizzy, which was, it was essentially your idea, that they had enough time to sign up until, I guess maybe you should phrase it, since the way that I've been trying to phrase things has been so frazzled. If we got into a scenario which we thought would happen at the beginning of the day, not towards the end of the day, where a player wasn't ready, we would essentially say, okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dizzy, but if there is anyone who wants to play, they have until pretty much this next match is over to sign up. And if they don't, then we will promise like the first position. Like in this case, if Urbmon doesn't play and then we move straight to, I think it's Aussie, right? Or sorry,
Right.
It would be, if Urbmon doesn't play, then it'll be DeWalt, and then it'll be Gavita. But then we've had 2 people cancel and 1 person as the extra, which is now no longer an extra. That leaves 1 extra space. So if no one signs up before now and DeWalt, then and if we promise it to Aussie, then he is, since he was the first person to lose today, sorry to phrase it that way, he gets to play first again. So I think the way that this is going anyway, and we haven't been promoting for people to still sign up in chat, that I'm okay with, if we don't have a new sign up by the time DeWalt plays versus against Mage, then we'll promise that last new spot to Aussie. So there's a lot of word vomit there. I'll just re-simplify it. If Urbmon doesn't show up, which he hasn't, and if DeWalt's here, which I think he should be, I was talking to him, if no one signs up between Mage and DeWalt playing, then it sounds like Aussie wants to play again. I'll ask him and make sure. We'll move Aussie into this last spot tentatively. And anyway, if no one wants to play, that's new, then Aussie gets to be that 10th match versus Mage, DeWalt, or Gavita. I probably did a really shitty job at explaining that. But that's my understanding of what you said, right, Dizzy? Instead of holding Ozzy or anyone who has currently lost, like if it was Cross or if it was Dankry or whoever, hostage and saying they have till we run out of players to sign up, they only have to wait one match was kind of the idea, right?
Well, yeah, we would offer if you want to play, you would stick around, then we would guarantee that you get the next rotation if there is a next rotation. If not, then we don't want to tell them like, hey, maybe you can stick around and maybe you can play, just so that we're not wasting their time.
Okay, yeah. And this was, again, we anticipated this to be when we started, because this is what happened on Battle of Beehive 2, is that we had a bunch of people the day of or the night before cancel. So we, again, all these fun lessons that we get to learn as we're doing it, just didn't expect it to happen at the end of the day. So if you're okay with it, I'm okay with giving... Sorry, I was just reading your message as well. So if no one signs up in this next match, I'm cool with giving it to Ozzy as the final match. Sound good? If he wants to play again, that is.
Well, yeah, but we have 3 more matches left, so we would still have to find another one.
Well, don't you want to... So we've just got... We only need space for one person, right? Because we've got DeWalt and then Gavita. Gavita's already responded saying that he would play.
Have you gotten a confirmation from DeWalt?
I haven't gotten a confirmation from DeWalt. He did say that he was gonna nap until it was his turn. So I'll message him too. I'll message him on Discord.
I just shot him a message, but I shot him a message at 7:56 or 3 minutes ago, so I would say he has 2 minutes.
Okay.
And then at which point, yeah, we can move on to Gavita.
Hey, 1,500 bits. Damn, dude. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Typical enablers. There's a good chance that after I think he is playing qualifiers for Thailand. That he said he was going to just, again, rest, and I take it that he just passed out. All right, so Dizzy's just, he's went BRB for a second, and Gavita's happy that GG Easy isn't here. I wonder, kind of reminds me of WWE, some of these StarCraft beefs that are going on. Okay, so, man, the people I thought that were going to be the most reliable are the ones that aren't here. So far we've had Urbman that wasn't able to play, or he just went MIA. We had GG Easy, and now we have DeWalt that these guys aren't able to play. So, if Gavita is here, I'm just trying to interpret what Dizzy was telling me last night. What we'll do is we'll just move Gavita up, and then if no one new signs up, which again, since we've got essentially 3 spots, if Ozzy wants to play again, then he only up until after this game. So he doesn't have to wait all day. This is theoretical in case we had 6 people. But if no one new signs up just between Mage and Gavita, then I'll put Ozzy in. And I've completely just super banged my list of people in which order they were playing. So let me go back and look at my thing. And then I'll see if the second person was Momo and then Cross. So if no one new wants to play, which I have the link in my description, but then also I can post it if anyone in chat wants to play. We could potentially have it go Gavita, then Momo, then Cross, if they're around and they want to play again. So I'll update it on here. So it'd be like...
All right, looks like there's no response from DeWalt, so...
There's some crazy pressure
Looks
going
like
on from
Avatar.
my garage to my door, and the weather shut my door.
Oops.
So yeah, DeWalt looks like he's AFK. Gavita did respond. So long story short, yeah, we had it so if anyone new wanted to sign up. I just thought that I just try to picture it in the view of the actual viewers. Oh yeah, sorry, I gotta leave these guys up here because they are the ones who are MIA. So anyway, I'll message Gavita.
All right, so it looks like Azzy is confirming that he wants to play. So I think, well, not I think. In this case, he will get the next spot right after Gavita, assuming
Well,
Gavita plays.
Yeah, you know what? F it. Since we've only talked to Ozzy, so here's what we're gonna do. If by some chance there's someone in chat who wants to play, we'll put you in after Ozzy. You have time.
Did Momo explicitly say he wants to play again?
No, I'm just putting it up as
Okay.
tentatively. Because the way I was pitching it was, if someone new wants to play, they had until Gavita and Mage were done playing to sign up, and then we would put them in. But Ozzy's here, he's ready to play, so Ozzy's in, and then how many games have we even done?
This would be our 8th game.
So there's still 2 slots available after that. So I'll still...
After this game, right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, after this game, and then since we're going to put Ozzy in next, there's 1 slot available for someone to sign up. So I'm going to post the sign-up sheet in the chat. If anyone wants to sign up, they'll play after Ozzy. That should simplify things. So much talking, so little time. What my main goal of this is just that I would rather there be no cancellations, but since in the past we had so many cancellations, I wanted there to be the opportunity for new players to play instead of just cycling through like the same 3 or 4. But we had a really good mix today, so if we had to do all rematches, I think it would work out just fine. But you know, it is what it is. Yeah, someone said Dizzy or T-Bell. All right, are we ready? Take it you're probably in there already.
I hosted, but Gavita's not joining.
I can't join either. It says it's full.
That's because I left.
Oh, you left it? Okay.
All right. Well, it looks like Gavita left. So.
Okay, so he... I see it. So Gavita, I guess, doesn't get along with GG easy, so he's excused himself from the tournament. Jesus. This really is turning into some WWE stuff. So he's all caps saying that GG Easy is a cheater, and then our mod banned him. So, okay, sorry, dude. Like, yeah, you guys, my webcam's not on, but shrug. I don't know. This is just supposed to be for fun anyway, so that's pretty hilarious. All right, so Mage versus Ozzy, and then we'll reach out, see if Momo wants to play. I'll reach out and see if Cross wants to play. If anyone else, again, I put the link in the chat. So Anth, since you asked me, in our sign-up sheet, I haven't touched it today. So our sign-up sheet has always said 5 cannons at the main, 1 at the choke, but we did not have something for cannon rushes. So if we run into a PvP, which, I mean, Mage is on a freaking, hopefully, you know, he just wins now until forever. We just don't have to deal with PvPs anymore. We don't have to specifically add that rule in. I'm totally kidding, by the way. But when there is a PvP, we'll explicitly say if you are going to cannon rush, you have to either have 5 cannons in your base or your enemy's base, or it doesn't matter. The amount of cannons in either bases has to equal 5 because 1 gets to be at your choke and that's it. Whew. Cheese and rice. So far, it says that you and T-Bell are voted in. How do you feel about going up against Major Aussie?
I'll wait on some potential funding to join.
I guess while we're waiting, I still got some notifications, so thank you a ton, everybody who's followed today. Make sure you follow Dizzy's channel. Make sure you follow, dude, everyone that's played so far today.
Thanks, everyone for watching. Yeah, seriously, thank you.
Yeah, freaking 1,500 bits from Cinch, and he gave away a bunch of subs earlier and stuff too. Anyway, I do appreciate all you guys. It's really cool.
Yeah, shout outs to Cinch, shout outs to Crockington for funding. It's awesome, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, dude, and his username is different in Discord than it is in Twitch.
Who?
But in Twitch, it's Rob. He donated $40, and then I just was like, all right, I'll throw in the other 10. Oh, what am I gonna do? So, you know, I was gonna get to 200. So Rob also badass. Oh yeah, I gotta take this off. It's not GG easy. All right, this is a real question. Will you do our intros so that I can put up Aussie?
All right, so in the bottom right, we have our red Protoss, the returning king,
The
or
original.
the former king. Right, the original, from the very first Battle of the Beehive and the very end of the second Beehive. We have Azzy the Hockey. And then in the 6 o'clock position, we have the currently reigning, defending, undisputed Beehive King, the Queen, is Crazy Mage.
I like it. Yeah. Have you ever seen the Eric Andre show? There's a. I'm just gonna answer as if you hadn't. There's a soundbite where they always add it to every episode, and the one dude's like, "Yeah." So that's how I feel. Okay.
So this game, I think, I'm super intrigued to see because what we've seen out of the Protosses is that they've gone Nexus first and opted for drop play, which sort of your standard run-of-the-mill Korean style, I suppose. Azzy, I think, safe to say, he goes for the more what you would say traditional builds, where you opt for more mass and gateway units and sort of winning on mechanics. So I think we're going to see a little bit more of engagements either in the middle of the map or at the choke versus the last couple of games or the last couple of Protoss games that we've seen Mage play. We're seeing a pretty fast gas. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for a Dragoon opening here after a couple of Zealots, but to potentially, bust down the choke.
2 ships.
And I'm
crossing the
curious to
night.
see how Mage will respond to that with what we've seen so far. We know he's good at defending the drops, but can we see his micro with Marines and potentially his dealing with the pressure?
So I was gonna say that Zealot might have thought that the Marine was coming from 7 o'clock, and I was listening, so I'll build off what you're saying in a second. But he went straight down. So Ozzy still, I think he's just not taking any chances. Went and checked 9 o'clock and then found him at 6. But just is the third time that Mage has had to play as Terran at 6 o'clock, and it is precarious against any Protoss, but especially Aussie, because as you were saying, he likes to just go for units, not necessarily that. It's funny, it's probably historically not traditional, but it is traditional now to go for that Nexus into, oh my gosh, it's happening. Well, that was a good snipe of the probe.
Right. One thing we've seen so far is when the Protoss was adjacent to the Terran player, they, opted for the drop play as it is way much it's closer distances. But then another thing here is that the Zealots have much less travel time. So
Yeah.
I think right now definitely Terran is playing at a severe disadvantage. Not a severe disadvantage, but a disadvantage. And um, if he does decide to offer the drop play Azzy, then I think we could see some pretty decent success.
Well,
So far, gearing up to the Dragoon tech, which I think is a great idea, as he'll eventually be able to force the issue and threaten the choke.
right. And oh, it's so funny. I had something I was gonna say about this drop play, but I totally spaced what I was gonna say. It's almost reminiscent of Momo, right? It wasn't Momo. I think it was him versus Cross earlier today, where when he was close enough, that's like just the perfect example of a really, really dangerous Protoss being right next to your front door, your side door, your back door, because like you don't have to fly down all the way around the map. You can just keep just queuing them up and sending them, and then you break down those turrets at the very beginning, and it just makes it that much. Like it's so hard to be microing your SCVs, microing your Marines, rebuilding turret rings. Oh look, some pressure up front. He's gonna lose some Marines for free. Excuse me. Sorry, my voice is going out again, so might be you rest of the day, Dizzy. So, but I mean, we'll see if it even gets to that type of drop play that you were describing before, and also Mage. I keep wanting to call him Wizard. It's so funny, but Mage has shown that he's really good against that type of drop play, probably because he goes up against it a lot. But is he used to fighting just mass Dragoons? Because this is looking dire.
This is looking great, right, for Azzy right now. And even if he were to come up, I don't think range is done yet. So he'll eventually be able to kite much more efficiently. And Dragoon naturally has a higher range, even with the range upgrade. So the Dragoons will be getting the better of these engagements until Siege is done. And Siege hasn't even started yet.
Yeah.
So Mage is, desperately needing to repair and stall for as long as possible. I think Azzy pulled out a great play. Rather than going for some sort of drop, he's putting the pressure on with these goons.
Yeah, it's kind of the complete opposite is how I was going to start. It's funny. I thought I distracted myself again because I was thinking, like, was hoping that this engineering bay might have been a barracks, but it's not. I was just going to say the opposite of the first game that Aussie had, where he had this good pressure build planned, and then just the scout didn't go his way, things got delayed, and it didn't end up happening. Well, this time he found him way fast. Zealots got in, Dragoons got in, did a lot of damage, even forcing the repair on these few bunkers, even when he would blow them up, whatever. That was draining Mage as well, and he was burning units that whole time. He's supply blocked right now. Like his whole everything is being thrown off and delayed. And yeah, there's no real threat of a drop happening soon, but this is a big ass army out in front of his base, and he does have a lot of bunkers. He does have a siege tank. He's starting to rebuild his supply depot wall, so that's good too. It looks like he's not bustable to me, but if you lead with the Zealots, you might be able to get in, jump on top of that siege tank, and then just try to bust the bunkers after that. I only bring this up because that's what it looks like it's going to be to me, but I don't know. Like, he's got his Templar archive, could just be for upgrades, but I've got to think that he's going to build some. I think High Templar would be more useful, but it could always be some DT action if he can get in there. There's only one turret, and again,
he does have 2 High Templars, but I think as soon as he scouts with the Zealot, he'll sort of be swayed away, especially with that depot completing the wall.
Yeah.
It'd just be too inefficient. I think at this point, as he may opt for, yeah, so he checks to see exactly how it looks. Almost, sort of a waste to throw your units in there unless he's maxed out and banking. I think at this point he may want to opt for either something like an Arbiter Recall or just Doom Drops with mass shuttles.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, he'll just be waiting and waiting until Terran is maxed out because the responsibility now is on Protoss to force the issue.
Yeah, it's true. This is your time to really slow the Terran down, take out his economy, or make sure that to keep his army small, just like harass him. It's your time to hurt him. And one thing that's interesting too is he really hasn't, oh my gosh, he's like really expecting a bust. So this is a good call by Mage too. He's not doing what he's doing originally. Don't get me wrong. He still has a lot of Marines by his main just because he never set him on a rally. So he's just macroing really well. But he's realized that his opponent has gone for a Dragoon and Zealot, and I don't think he's seen the Templar yet, but he knows that he's massing. So what does he do in response? He's just got a shitload of bunkers. He's got his siege tanks in the right spot. So I was going to bring up, it would be cool to see him put one of those siege tanks along the ridge. So as Protoss goes to reinforce, he can just start taking pot shots at those, at just any army that comes out. And then that would also force the issue too, because then they would just auto try to run into, kill the tank and die to all these bunkers and siege tanks and stuff, which just help whittle down Protoss. But
it looks like based on Azzy's response and sort of his lack of development in tech, I think what he's gonna do is, he's constantly checking the choke. He's gonna just look to bust, storm the bunkers as he busts them, and just flood in units. And I'm not saying it's impossible, if Azzy focuses on the micro during that engagement, and I'm sure he's about to go right now. As long as he focuses on it, I see him trading well. I don't see him killing though. And the question is how quickly is he able to sort of remax to be effective again? Because I'd imagine Mage will sort of prioritize, rebuilding everything back up.
Dude, this
looks
is
like
scary.
he's gonna try and looks like he's gonna try and bust the supply depots with Dragoons first, and then run in with the Zealots. That's what I'd imagine. This almost 3 control groups worth of Zealots are for. Otherwise, running in and trying to kill the depots with the Zealots would be
Suicide.
just not right. And he scans the choke, sees that there's no robotics facility or no cannons,
Right.
and this has to. Oh, okay. So he is going for
he's
it
going
with the
for
Zealots.
it. I was just gonna say the whole time that, like, man, I'm so scared for both of them because this is so many units.
Here's the storm. He's stimming the bunkers one by one, which is effective.
Yeah, it's true.
This is a ton of units that he's just surviving off of. He's bringing all of his units back from the bottom of his base. Oh my goodness. Let's see. I think this is just too many bunkers.
So with
there's not enough storms.
I was gonna say, with the Templar that he's storming with, he should make Archons out of them instantly. And I was even thinking it might have been worth it to just sacrifice a couple Templar at the beginning to. I think he's gonna bust him, dude. I think he's gonna bust him. I think it would have been smart to have an Archon or two lead the charge so that they could tank
with all these bunkers. I don't think he's gonna bust. And even if he does, he's not gonna have enough units left over.
Are you sure?
Although these Zealots are streaming in.
Sure, he's done it.
This may be a dangerous. Oh, great storm! If he's able to get a Zealot on top of him. Oh my goodness! I think he's done it.
Dude,
I think
Azzy
has
done
pulled
it.
the upset again. He's pulled it off. Turn of the original king.
Yeah, man. I was.
What
dude,
a bust!
crazy. I was so nervous for both players because, like, obviously he's just running into the meat grinder, but that was, I don't know, man. I played a lot of Terran. I've seen a lot of Protoss armies look like that, and then as soon as we look over, there's just a shitload of Zealots. So, hell yeah, man. Good game. Good game to Mage. Good game to Ozzy. Mage freaking went on a, what was that, 3-game kill streak? So
4 game.
Was it 4 games?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, well, shoot. Sorry, guys. I left it up as 3 on the overlay, but it was actually 4. So I will, before I retire it this time. Oh, no, I did put it as 4. Never mind. Sorry, nothing. Yeah. Shout out to Mage again. Thank you so much for giving us so many Terran games. We just don't really get to see it all that often. And then, hell yeah, good Good freaking push, Ozzy. Just massing right out in front of his base. He could see it. Doesn't mean he could stop it.
Right, I think he had the, he defended as necessary. Um,
That was such a crazy attack. And it really did look like it could go either way for a second because he's holding so well.
mhm.
I'm losing my...
Right,
There
that
it
was his storm was very effective when there were units available to storm. I thought the bunkers would be enough to sort of, obviously mitigate the storms and defend. I don't think all of the bunkers are filled. I think that sort of also could have helped.
Yeah.
But I mean, the fact that Azzy macroed along with that, individually storming, great play by Azzy. Great play.
Oh, for sure. It was really cool to watch. Oh, sick. So we got 69 viewers. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, so let me see if anyone... Okay, we did get 2 more signups. So shit, let's see what they are, because I don't even know if Momo or Cross are around, honestly. So let's see who signed
So
up.
Cross actually said that he's free to play. So I think
Okay.
after the Walt, it would be Cross.
Well, aren't we still going to try to do the whole... Were we going to try to do the... This is where I'm confused. I thought we were going to give him an opportunity before that game had ended to sign up and play. But you might not have heard that part. Let me use the restroom real quick, and then we can talk about it when I get back. Okay, so I think this will work for everybody. I didn't even put my headphones on. I had asked people to sign up, and then if they didn't sign up by this next game, then I was gonna ask if Momo or Cross were around. But let's just do this. If the 2 new signups are here, let's throw them in, and then if Cross wants to play, let's just give him that last game, and I'll put an extra $20 in. Sound good?
Well, if you're saying we need 2 more players and Cross, then we would need to put in an extra 40.
Well, the way that my overlay is set up is Ozzy's the king, and then we had room for 2 more, didn't we? Because now...
So we have DeWalt about to play right now, right?
Oh, DeWalt is awake?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then I'll do it. That's fine. As long as you're good to keep casting it with me, let's just get real weird. Because I want to see DeWalt play, and I guess I'm showing favoritism because he didn't show technically. But I mean, how we did say I put that in my sign up sheet that would work with them. But it's fine because you had put in so much money that I can, even if I put in $40, that's okay. I'll do it. So the new plan is, let me update it really quick. I'll still leave these guys over here. We need to do a show match between Gavita and GG Easy. I'm going to put these guys next to each other, because I think that would be cute. Sorry, is that too stressful for you to do a few more games? You can tell me if
It's up to you.
If you can't.
Are you gonna join the lobby?
Which one is up right now? I'm in the process of adding the 2 signups that we had.
It's the Walt.
Okay, I will. So the people that we had sign up is Extra Tony G, and then the one after that is Rico GK. So is Rico going to be okay that we let GG Easy sign up and play, or are we going to have issues? That was just a communications breakdown on yet another one, I guess, just between me and you that time. I didn't know DeWalt was back, so I checked before I should have. But all right, I'm coming. I would just like to put... However, I am excited to see DeWalt play. And this is still good experience for me, because every little learning experience we do, it just means we get to do a little bit better each time, so...
Alrighty, we ready?
Yeah, go for it. Hopefully all this jank just kind of... Well, I kind of like the jank, but at the same time. This is reminiscent of our first battle of the Beehive, was DeWalt versus Aussie. And Aussie...
It was our...
Go ahead.
It was our second game between Azzy and DeWalt in our very first battle of the Beehive.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was our second to last game in the second battle of Beehive. So
Ooh.
this is the third consecutive time that they're playing.
They're 1-1 right now.
You know, they know, right, they know each other well. They're 1-1. And yeah, as he took the last PvP, the first game was PvT. So, you know, I'm sure DeWalt is sort of ready for what may come. I don't know if he watched the previous games, but let's see how Azzy plays in this scenario where he's the king.
So someone messaged asking if they could obs, but it was too late. B, I didn't recognize that person was right off the bat. I might know him, but I don't remember. I don't recognize the account. I do agree. I forgot that Aussie was the one who put the end to DeWalt's 17-game win streak. So I doubt there's any bad blood, but I mean, this is the guy that ended your reign.
This is a grudge match, yeah. Yeah, DeWalt's 17-game winning streak where he made however much money.
I think it was like $145 or something. It might have been like 150.
Came to an end against Azzy. So
they scout each other instantly.
Yeah. DeWalt, I know, was playing earlier, so definitely got a bit of practice in. Azzy obviously has been playing a few maps already.
Yeah.
So
I think DeWalt told me, well, when he messaged me on Discord, he was doing some Thailand qualifiers. I can't remember for which tournament, so that's my bad. Yeah, so I don't know how ragged he's been run, because he was playing, trying to do some other really intense types of games, and then here he is back at it again. Still, like, I don't know if it's more intense or less intense, probably less intense for him, but there is still money on the line, and that doesn't change how tired that he might be. Because going to bed for like an hour and then waking up to play again when it's so early in the morning, that can't feel too good.
The both players starting out pretty standard, 3-gate opening. The timing of the gateways are both slightly different, but I can't imagine it's different enough to the point where they may take massive damage. Azzy is the first to initiate the Zealot, and we'll see how good his Zealot micro plus DeWalt's Probe micro will be. But knowing DeWalt, I'm sure he'll minimize the losses. Let's see.
Oh, he just lost
that was the last pixel of that warp blade hit that probe.
It was a good pull though. Like, it was good timing. It happens, and then he almost lost another probe in Aussie's base because that Zealot had just been chasing it around. But now he's going for the combo, the most lethal duo. Except he's very well prepared. I think you're just going to go after my my probes, not this time, except there's one on the outside, so he could have potentially lost that too.
Gas timings are pretty similar. Cybernetic's core timing is also relatively similar. Now DeWalt looks like he's actually rallying into Azzy's base, so
Yeah,
not too much to be scared of right now, I don't think, for Azzy. But
just taking shield
gonna
damage.
force him to, yeah, gonna force him to run around a little bit.
Yeah, keeping him busy. He's got a little bit more of a bank, so he's got enough for, I imagine he'll probably go for range first. But after that, I was just thinking, so he'll get his upgrade first. My dumbass is thinking, well, he could go 3 Dragoons right off the bat if he wanted to, but it's much better just to get your range first. Ozzy's a little bit behind on that still, so it's going to be a few seconds. And, oh, I don't think he got any drones at that. One almost went down, though.
All right, so yeah, both of them opting for pretty much the same build with the Dragoon and range. Almost like a sort of a ladder PvP. Azzy getting his 5th gateway first, though, and DeWalt following up. He has his second gas, so curious to see if he's gonna go for the Citadel and go for sort of a speed lot, maybe timing. But
Well, funnily enough, all these little engagements have put Ozzy up like 10 supply. And yeah, the Dragoons are out for DeWalt first. This could be the great equalizer. But where DeWalt would lose a unit here and there, Ozzy wasn't. So anyway, it's just something, these little edges that you get at the very beginning of the game. Like, I think that's the first probe of Ozzy's to go down, and it took almost 5 minutes. So I think his macros really, like, he's doing really well, and then DeWalt's aggression might be working against him just a little bit. Again, since his range will be finished maybe 30 seconds before Ozzy's, maybe even a minute, so he'll have a lot of time to just out micro his opponent and just reclose that gap. It's kind of an interesting wall, by the way, that he has just pure units in case maybe a DT were to run up. I guess he could just close that door if he saw it. But the four Dragoon poke, I don't know. Oh, he might actually, he's gonna get at least a Dragoon, but he lost one, so, and some hull damage on another one. They've almost equalized on supply. Sorry, go ahead.
Main thing right there, I think it was just checking to see his Dragoon count, just to see if, you know, he's gonna be ahead and or the gateway count. His tech is almost non-existent. It's like DeWalt is planning on sort of just staying on these Dragoons and looking to push. However, there's no tech and no expansion of gateways behind this. So it's interesting to see how he's planning on playing it out, because there's no nexus, there's no gateway explosion, and there's no tech.
Yeah.
Okay, now there's the gateway and nexus, but
Yeah, finally
it
an
was,
expansion.
in my opinion, a little delayed.
It was interesting that pylon kind of out front for Ozzy, because then not only did it take that cannon out of the fight, but it also supply blocked him for a second too. He's still, DeWalt is like being so aggressive, and he's still like, it's almost 20 supply at this point. It's brutal.
Yeah, I imagine speed would be finishing up in the next 30 minutes or 30 seconds. I mean, and so
Damn,
yeah,
he's got all day. It's speed.
This is looking to be a pretty sort of worrisome position here for DeWalt. He is taking out the Dragoons.
Yeah, that's the important thing.
But I'd imagine, yeah, there's the speed. So now, unless his Dragoon micro is sort of at peak levels, I don't see how he's not going to take damage from this upcoming attack.
Oof.
Because he lost, yeah, all his Dragoons.
Yeah, he really only has 5 Dragoons at home now, and like you said, with Zealot speed, that stutter micro or whatever, that stutter stepping is going to be a lot harder, and so Ozzy does pull back. So he does know to not overextend too much, because obviously the more Dragoons you get and you start picking off those Zealots, you can just make a nice little arc. So he's not dead yet, but he's still down 20 supply, and it's crazy. And so he is getting his own Citadel of a Dune. I don't know, do we have a Templar Archives or anything coming up? Nope, just observers for Ozzy, more units. You know, just keep things simple. Why do you gotta go for all these crazy ass little drops and stuff when you could just mass unit kill opponent? It's very simple.
Right. We just saw that in practice in the last game.
Hmm. And he almost
The
bullied him
wall.
out this game.
Yeah, the wall. You're doing a good job. You know, putting a gateway and a cannon in front. You know, he'd have to know that he's behind an army's count, but Azzy following up with, you know, teching and getting his own nexus. So Azzy isn't, you know, losing his advantage right now. He's solidifying it, and you know, more gateways, bigger army count, higher tech. I mean, it's looking like a good position for him right now.
Yeah, I would say the only thing that DeWalt really has going for him, other than he can turtle himself up really well, which he has done, is that his Nexus was done a little bit sooner. So I actually think he was probably behind in probes, but I guess I gotta hold that thought because here comes Ozzy, the freaking battering ram. Let's see if he can break him, if he can break DeWalt.
This looks like a lot of units, but also a lot of Dragoons. The Zealots are a huge piece right now. Oh man, let's see.
Another thing too, I just checked it. DeWalt doesn't have +1. Ozzy has +1. That's gonna make a huge difference. And those odds
Great
are breaking
pylons
in.
too. Those pylon at the last second delayed ever so slightly, and I think DeWalt will hold, even with these Zealots coming in. Yeah, I think with. Oh, actually.
I thought DeWalt
Oh,
was gonna
no.
hold until I saw those Zealots, and I thought I don't think it's
Yeah.
actually gonna happen. Those Zealots just being tanky enough, Ozzy being right on top of those. Every time DeWalt pulls his Dragoons back, Ozzy moves his up right on top. I really think like he's got 2 cannons in the back. That's a pro and a con because now Ozzy's sitting on top of the gateways. That's never ever where you want to be. It's almost like a meching Terran or just any Terran. You don't ever want to be on top of your as the defending player.
GG.
Yep.
Wow,
GG.
Azzy showing us that you just gotta make units. You just gotta make Dragoons and Zealots and you'll win.
Yeah, dude. Make unit
There's
and attack.
nothing special beyond that.
I didn't mean to. So, I guess to finish what I was saying is, any race you don't want them to be on top of your production. Shit. Yeah, man. Good job. And that would end the best of 3, by the way, because that puts Ozzy up 2 games. But good effort from DeWalt. I really like how aggressive he was and how much he tried to just put pressure on. Even when he was down in supply, he was just keeping tabs on Ozzy, like you were saying. Like how Ozzy just kept going true to course, just keep building up, keep an eye on your opponent, make sure not doing anything too weird, and just keep moving forward. That was
I
sick.
think what DeWalt was trying to do is sort of force Azzy to make micro mistakes and force him, you know, to sort of maybe miss macro timings based on his harassment. But I think Azzy sort of you know, did well standing still or standing, you know, resolute and not letting that, you know, sort of hinder or mess him up. So I think great defense by Azzy until sort of the moment was right, and he waited until the observer to attack, and you know, assuming that Dark Templars came out, he would have been perfectly prepared for it. So great play.
Yeah, and that was one, too, like I was kind of saying at the very beginning, just to build off of you saying about those, how DeWalt was trying to force those micro mistakes. He really wasn't, and that's part of why he was up like 10, 15 supply in that early game, because DeWalt kept going in, trying to get these kills, and Ozzy was just microing just exactly as he needed to be, so that he could, I mean, obviously kept everything alive, just gave him that little boost, then you just build on top of it. Anyways, it was good. It's good. So, I think with...
So we have one more game left, right?
So, we have the 2 signups plus... I think how this worked is we had 3 people bail, 1 person came back, we had Ozzy rematch, and then I had asked people in chat to sign up in between Cross telling you and DeWalt telling you that they were willing to play. So we've got extra Tony G, if he's still here, and then I said I would put up for 1 more game for Cross, but it's actually a 2nd game. So we've got extra Tony G, and I believe he's
I think we only need 1 more game. I mean, I don't really see the need for 11th game just because the 2nd player signed up. Let's just keep it at 10.
Well, I was doing that for the extra player and for Cross, but I'll do whatever, man. I'll do whatever you want.
I don't think that's necessary. We can just go with our final game.
Okay. Well, then if that's the case, let's just do I was willing to put up the money because of my communication breakdown with you is where I'm getting at. But I also like to keep it just at 10. And maybe that just means that we got to fund the next one a little bit quicker so we can get these other guys into play too. So
I think the idea with the late signups would be, you sort of have to sign up tentatively or under the assumption that you still may not be able to play just because you sign up. So, we have one game left, and so whoever signed up first, I think, should be next in line.
Okay. I mean, that is the truest to the form. It's just that me and you hadn't talked, and so I was trying to work with everybody. So, but I'm good with this. Where did I put this over here? Where did I put GG Easy? I guess I changed it to extra Tony G, so that's fine. All right, is he here by any chance?
You said it's Tony G.
Yeah, he's here. So I hope Rico doesn't feel, Rico or Cross, hope they don't feel slighted. It's just it was a race to get to 10 games, and it just this is how the cookie crumbled at the end of the day. Okay. I was just going to say remake, but we'll see it. So let's go through our day as we wait for these guys to get in, which they're already in. But we had Ozzy versus Momo, and Momo had won, and Momo had beat a couple people, actually. He had gone down pretty much until we got to only fastest map, which is Mage. And then Mage went on a 4-game win streak. And now Ozzy is on a 2-game win streak, correct?
Correct.
This is our game 3. So Momo probably won 3. And then Mage won 4. And now this is our last one to see if Ozzy wins the last 3, or if we've got a new king to end on. All right, in the bottom right.
A new player, a new king.
Yep, a new king. So I'll go through and read Tony's sign-up sheet at the end. Or not at the end, after I do intros. Which, in the bottom right, he's won 2 games in a row. Let's see if he can round it up to 3. He's going to be our second most winningest player here. I think he already is, because he's on a pretty good win streak. At the start of this one, he had 2 plus these 3. Yeah, he's already our second most winningest player as far as Battle of the Beehive goes. Anyway, it's Ozzy the Hockey. And then the bottom left, we have our new challenger. Like we said, it could be a new king, or it could just be yet another new defeat. He is our yellow Protoss. It is extra Tony G.
Boing, boing, boing.
Wah, 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 wah. And I also need to switch to this, which I haven't done since Battle of the Beehive 1, but there you guys go. Bottom left, it's Tony. Bottom right, it's Ozzy. Yeah. So, while we kind of see these guys scout, Ozzy's going for the counterclockwise. I wonder what extra Tony's going to do. We're going to get comments, but I already fixed it. So, and we needed to message him as well. Fudge Packer Tom Cruise, we got to tell him, we didn't say, God damn it, about the cannons. If he's been watching it all today, he knows the rules, but if he just showed up to play, he won't know about the 5 in his base or 5 in the opponent's base. But Tony G's favorite StarCraft Brood War unit is the Queen, which is funny because he is playing Protoss. And he's from the US. Guess he does have... Did he have a Twitch? I don't think he did. He might. I'll check again in just a minute. So they both went the opposite way of scouting that they needed to. But Ozzy is sending out the Zealot. So he will get a fast scout. It looks like he kind of knows where Tony is.
Looks like the path of divergence already happened, where it looks Tony went for a second Nexus, and Azzy is going for a 3 gateway build. Definitely, I think with the shorter rush distance, Azzy would have the advantage here, and that. Okay, I was gonna say that pylon position is a little worrisome, but
Just slightly off. That's okay.
yeah. And Tony's still looking for Azzy.
Yeah, he's going to scout him last. Plus, if Tony read the rules too, it'll say 6 total, so at least he should know that. And he's not going for a cannon rush, so we probably won't run into that issue. Well, Tony's going to try to sneak some little Zedlots in, but I don't think it's going to happen. Oh, he's going to lose one now. But he might get a probe for his troubles. Oh no, Tony, what are you doing, man? He lost both, but he got a probe in. So he's going to see that the Aussie has got his cyber up and that he's banking gas. So, or is he going to try to keep it hidden? Oh my gosh. At this point, if I see him build more than 5 cannons, me and you are so tired, and we've already been through this rigmarole so many times today. Okay, he's just going for a scout. I thought he was going to go for hidden cannons. It's like, I'll just disqualify him. I'm getting trigger happy now. It's the complete opposite. So Ozzy, interestingly, did go for Dragoons before the range upgrade. I wonder what the reason for that is. Maybe it's because he saw that his opponent went for the Nexus and didn't have gas, so he doesn't need range to be able to pick at the old Zedlots. That's what I would guess, anyway.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of whether you have the range or not, you can always just kite backwards. And Azzy being extremely aggressive with these mid gates, and looks like he's gonna try and go for the kill. Tony G does have equal number of gateways, or more gateways, so he could threaten the Dragoon back and back and back. But with the advantage in tech, as he has, he should be able to take these engagements.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think he saw, all right, there's a Nexus, there's no gas. I can build Dragoons. Dragoons can kite. Because even now, Tony is still up in supply, like 14-ish. But the supply doesn't really do much if you can't reach him, right? He almost pinched that one Dragoon. Not quite. And he just walks into all of Ozzy's Zealots at the same time. He can start making Dragoons now, and he does have his Citadel of Adun. Let's just check over here. And we don't see any real tech coming out of Ozzy, just more units. So,
I think at this point he needs to sort of stick with the Zealots and just, you know, sort of stall long enough until he can get the speed upgrade. I think it'd be great if he could put down a few more gateways so that eventually he can sort of offset how much he'll lose. But
right.
yeah, Azzy just breathing down his neck right now. It's not letting it comfortable.
Yep. So I bet you Legs had started, and he did something that I liked, which is he undid his rallies at his gateways, so that they didn't just rally into nothing, or like just rally into definitely something, but the enemy's army. This is a little wonky because he's got a lot of army just being picked off, not for free, but very inefficiently. And just now he's down in supply. He was up in supply. Like you said is happening though. He is building more gateways, and I think he lost more than I thought he did with just that half or third of his army going up and just getting obliterated. All right, so he's going to go for DTs, it looks like. I think that's a fine way to try to play this out. I think he needs to be careful. You were right earlier when you said it was going to take a while for for him to break any of those Protoss buildings down, and Ozzy's seeing this. He's going to go for the observatory, so he will have an obs out momentarily. Dude, this is a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's not looking good. With pretty much losing all of the zealots and no speed. There goes the speed, but he doesn't have that sort of 2 control groups, maybe 2.5 control groups of zealots, unfortunately. So, I still don't see these DTs driving him back, because worst case scenario, Azzy will just force the cannons, force the gateways to be rebuilt. So
yeah,
just even what he's doing right now, I think is plenty fine. And Azzy just also is buying time for the observers now.
right. And so I think if these zealots do start helping, there is some hope for him to clear this, because they're doing more damage than I thought they would. But he really does need to be fairly precise, because not the Overlord, the Observer is on its way, and it is very menacing. I'm looking at it right now. It's terrifying. So, yeah, this is pretty much perfect. Just keep kiting units. Don't lose as many Dragoons as possible, and then in just a second, you'll have detection. You'll be able to clean this up. So, oh, man, I wish the Zealots attacked with these DTs, because they're going to get cleaned up right now. But
I think it was a good play to keep the zealots alive, because otherwise Azzy's just going to kite and kill the zealots. You're basically just stalling until the zealots can sort of mass up and push this group back.
That's a good
so
point.
With this group, I think he could potentially just drive him back, but is Azzy building behind this? He is 2 more nexus, so even if he is pushing back, as long as he has map control, I think he should be perfectly fine.
One thing that Tony isn't necessarily utilizing is he can build a few more cannons in his base. He just has the 1. I know he needs units, but what would really be beneficial is building just a couple cannons, so that if he can see that observer at all, just to try to snipe it. It does look like it's a tug of war, and kind of a reverse tug of war, and one is definitely pushing harder than the other side. I think he's done it again, man. I think he's on top of the production. He's got his observers. Those DTs were sick, because they really did help him hold on for a long time, help him trade. But yeah, man, he's got a beat on just this tempo overwhelming your opponent play.
Yeah, I think so far really you're seeing sort of the power of macro, just not missing your macro cycles. What I like right now Tony G is trying to do is build 2 Reavers at the back of his base. I think it's a little too late, even with the 2 Reavers. I can't imagine it taking out this 2.5 control groups of Dragoons, and as he is quite literally rallying his Dragoons into his base. So yeah, just I think this is the end right here, but yeah, Tony G had the oh man, yeah. I think Tony G had a great plan. Go for the Nexus first. Good game.
GG, good try.
Yeah, even better played by Azzy.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, he was the one who won.
Right.
But I do agree. So the way it ends is the way that we started. And to give a little extra credit to Tony, even though I know that he ended up ultimately losing, was that he had kept on par with his macro with Ozzy, and he's even up in macro. He just went just a little bit too hard, I guess, into Zealots, and didn't transition fast enough to be able to defend against the Dragoons. So I think it was a good opportunity for Ozzy to see that with that quick Nexus that he could go for those ranged units, and just he really gained value over those like 4 or 5 minutes or whatever. So that was cool. It was a cool way to just pick up on the game.
Yeah, as in the last 2 games, I think did a great job showing that, hey, like once you have that lead, don't let that lead go, follow the tech, follow the eco, constantly, build units. I think he showed like, solid mechanics, nothing special, I think you would say. You didn't see, extremely nimble shuttle micro. You didn't see, crazy multitasking that you would normally expect. I think he just showed solid mechanics that I think a lot of players, regardless of whether they play Classes or Ladder, would hope for.
Yeah, and like I think there is beauty in just that straightforward play, and I think versus all the Protoss, all the PvPs that we saw from Aussie, at least today, which I think is only 2-ish. It might have been 3, but like if it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it. You can just keep like they need to figure out. It's the opponent who needs to figure out how to stop the harass or how to stop that momentum play from just rolling you over. So
Right.
really quick, I guess what we can do is just very quickly. We had 3 kings today, so if you're down, I'd be down to just briefly go over kind of our thoughts for the day and each king, and then maybe we can find someone cool to host.
Yeah. I think starting off with the Momo and Azzy game, it's great to see sort of a new face. Not necessarily surprise us, because who are we to say that Momo, wasn't worthy, but seeing like a new face show up, show his skills, someone from the SCW side of the fastest world, I think. Great sort of change of pace versus what we saw with the ladder style from DeWalt and the Korean fastest style. So got to see a lot of good games, especially off the top of my head, Momo versus Cross, Momo versus Mage, Mage versus Azzy, and then Azzy versus DeWalt. I think we had some really good games today.
Yeah, his really he was fun to watch because he had hyper aggressive shuttle play, and he would fly shuttles in full of zealots, full of he'd have zealots and then zealot reavers or zealot templar, and the way that he would off time them, so then people would go back to their minerals thinking that they were safe, and then lo and behold, right behind there'd be yet another drop just waiting to happen, or not even, it was actively storming your units as soon as you think that you held the main thing. And it was cool to see, I was going to talk about Aussie, but to get my bias out of the way, to see a Terran do so well and hold so well against Protoss was really fun, and that got us a TVZ, and it did get us a TVT, didn't it? Because he went up against Terror and then just ran him over because Terror was trying to go mech after CC.
Right. I think today was actually the first time we saw a TVZ and a TVT. So thank you so much for Mage for willing to put up a TVT willingly, voluntarily. So
Yeah, and he asked if he could actually not play Terran versus Terran, and we unfortunately had to tell him no. So then he's like, all right, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go Marines in his face, and then the game, either I'm gonna live or kill right here and now. It worked out. He was right next to his opponent, and he was able to just overwhelm him with numbers. And lastly, just with Aussie, again on that reverse side of it, he was able to go up against Mage and kind of show him a different style that Mage wasn't used to fighting all day, because Mage was ready to just all right, come at me, drop me as many times as you possibly want. I don't give a shit about that. I'll just keep holding, and then I'll get big enough, and then I'll just do that one punch man punch and end the game or whatever. And Aussie was saying, no, not this time.
Right.
Not this time. He's the one.
Still, everyone.
Push punch.
Yeah, everyone that played Cross, Ace, Byexter, Dankry, Terror, Tony G, thank you just for playing, and hopefully we can come back next time and put on maybe as good, if not better.
Yeah, I would say today has been much better than Battle of Beehive 2, and Battle of Beehive 1 was just somewhat spontaneous and just so new as it is. That one was just fun on its own. I do think today was better, and I also, obviously, with every lesson that we learn doing these things, we'll just implement it and roll it out to the next one so it can be just that much smoother going forward. I know I at least take for granted, and this isn't to cover up any mistakes that I or we made today. I take for granted the production quality that we see with ASL or GSL or even other just smaller tournaments, because you just get used to what you're seeing. You're just used to what you're used to over 10 years of watching StarCraft. And then as me and Dizzy being brand new at this, we have to learn all those lessons that they've already learned, shoot, even 20 years ago, because like StarCraft is that old that they've been doing these tournaments for well over, I don't know, what, like 25 years or something now. So anyway, thanks again. And then that's just kind of, at least my pledge is just to try to do better each time. And hopefully we don't have to wait so long for the next one either. So
Yeah, if anyone has any suggestions, join the Discord. Please feel free to let me know or DM me or put it in the Discord. And like J2 said, I think we'll definitely try and make sure the next one doesn't have as many hiccups or runs a little bit smoothly.
yeah, I think someday it would be nice to have no hiccups, but I know that's like, I think no matter what the tournament is, even if it has been around for 20 years, there's probably going to be some hiccups. But and there was a ton of follows today, a ton of subs and donated subs. So again, thank you everybody, and be sure to check out Dizzy's channel too. And I will probably try to stream again later tonight, and I'll go through everyone individually and thank you. But his is twitch.tv/DizzyWee. And if you go into my Discord channel, I'll link his as well. So Dizzy is always instrumental with this. Him and Crockington are the ones who funded it to get it started. And then Rob came in with another big donation. I guess fortunately or unfortunately, I didn't put in as much money this time. But anyway, I guess that just means we'll just pass it over on to the next one. So I don't see anyone really streaming right now. I'm surprised that
Before we go, someone's
Go ahead.
asking a question. Level Up is asking, when is the next series? We generally fund this as we get we generally host it as we fund it. So,
Yeah.
we are literally taking money out of our own wallets. So, if y'all are able to help out, that would be appreciated but never required. But it's really just dependent on how quickly we're able to fund it, so that we can give incentive for guys to play and put on the best show.
Yeah, historically, what I've been doing is I will just either wait for like a paycheck from my normal job, or I'll wait for a Twitch payout, and then I will put some, if not all of that money towards a fastest tournament. This tournament, sorry, the Battle of the Beehive. And so we had two of them pretty close together, and I was kind of embarrassed on how the second one went, and so it went just a little bit longer. And it was really the fire that lit it was, again, just Crockington and Dizzy being so cool to get it up and going again. And not that I wouldn't have wanted to do one again, I was just taking my time with it. But yeah, usually we try to save up, and I'll put it on my channel, but I just try to save up to $150 so that we can at least give $15 per win per player, or per player who wins, up to 10 games. I said that kind of messy, so I'll just re-say it. I save $150, so we've got a prize pool to give the players for the matches that they play. So it has been kind of sporadic because, as Dizzy said at the start, we fund it and then we do it, and then we fund it, then we do it. And yeah, usually for Battle of Beehive 2, we gave 2 weeks notice, and then this time around we only gave a week. And I think that's the sweet spot. I think announcing it a week in advance and then doing it I think Saturday worked out great. So like a Saturday or a Sunday is generally when we do it. And I put it on everything like Discord, Reddit. Dizzy does Team Liquid, and he does an awesome job with that. I don't know. I'm talking a lot again. Any other final thoughts?
And final parting thoughts would be, again, thank you everyone for watching. I know this is probably cliche and stated multiple times, but I really enjoy playing and watching this game, and the fact that I can share it with other people and give incentive to people that also enjoy playing is fulfilling, I guess, is a good word. So thank you everyone for playing, really.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's fun, and I think rewarding is the right word. I was trying to think of another one, to be able to do something cool for the community, and then also try to reward players or incentivize players that have dedicated so much time and energy to this game that's super old, that we all love, that's pretty niche. But yeah, anyway, so I feel the same way, man. it's pretty cool to be able to hang out with you guys and to be able to talk a
Right.
game that we all love. And even the little drama is pretty funny. We got to do a show match between GG Easy and Gravita because it seems like they just love each other.
Oh yeah.
And I am not as familiar with 1v1s, but we're getting there. And normally we play 3v3s. So if you do come back to my channel or Dizzy's channel, it's for 3v3 fastest. That's what you see most of the time. And then again, we'll send out a thing. Oh yeah, and someone mentioned before too, final last thing, we had been taking donations and we just add it to the pot. So this time we're at $200, and that's why each player is gonna make, dude, thank you, Cinch, thanks, man. Each player is gonna win $20 per match versus 15, if I did the math right, which I mean I should have. And then me and Dizzy are gonna talk after this, and we wonder if it's worth it to just keep doing these tournaments $150 at a time, and then any extra money we make, we just put it towards the next one so we can have more tournaments, or if we should just add it to the current prize pool and pay out each player more, so there's more incentive to play and to do well. So I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We'll probably take some time and think about it. But the only person I saw on that's playing is Dankry, and it looks like he's actually watching our stream.
So I think we gotta shoot him that raid. We gotta let others know that he's putting in the grind.
Yeah, so I'm gonna host Dankry. I hope he starts pumping out some fastest games, whether it's 1v1 or 3v3s. And like Dizzy said, just thank you guys so much for hanging out with us and putting up with us. And it's fun to be able to share all this as a community. So I'll talk to you guys later. Peace.
Bye bye. Dang, Cinch threw in 5,000 bits. Holy cow.
How much money is that?
That's like $50. A little bit more than $50.
Is that really?
Let me double check. Do you have a Momo's PayPal and Crazy Mage's PayPal? Because they sent it to me just in case.
No, you please send